In February 1941, a German general landed at Tripoli with orders to stabilize the North African front. The Italians had been routed. British Commonwealth forces had pushed deep into Libya. Berlin wanted a defensive holding action, nothing ambitious. The general had other ideas. Erwin Rommel arrived with the advance units of the Afrika Korps and immediately began planning an offensive. Within 6 weeks, he attacked. On March 24th, Rommel's forces struck at Mérite Brega, then drove northeast along the coast. British commanders expected a cautious German defense. Instead, they faced encirclement. By early April, Rommel had recaptured Benghazi and reached Tobruk. His forces had advanced over 500 miles in weeks. He had ignored explicit orders to wait. He had moved with worn equipment and stretched supply lines. But he had transformed the theater. Tobruk became a fortress under siege. Australian and British troops held the port while Rommel attempted to bypass and isolate it. The siege lasted 8 months. Rommel could not take the city, but neither could he be dislodged from his positions surrounding it. The British launched Operation Crusader in November to relieve Tobruk. The battle became a grinding tank engagement across open desert. Rommel's forces inflicted severe losses, but were eventually forced to withdraw westward into Tripolitania by January 1942. The pattern had been set: advance, overextension, withdrawal, then regrouping and counterattack. By May 1942, Rommel had rebuilt his strength. On the 26th, he launched the Battle of Gazala. The Gazala Line was a series of fortified positions stretching south from the coast. British forces expected a frontal assault. Rommel sent his armor on a sweeping hook around the southern flank. The maneuver was bold but costly. His tanks ran into minefields and concentrated British armor. For days, Rommel's forces were trapped in an area called the Cauldron, fighting off attacks from multiple directions while engineers cleared supply routes through the minefields. He broke out on June 6th. Within days, the Gazala Line collapsed. On June 21st, Tobruk fell. 33,000 Allied troops were captured. Rommel was promoted to Field Marshal. He pursued the 8th Army into Egypt, reaching a rail halt called El Alamein, just 60 miles from Alexandria. But the advance had exhausted his forces. Fuel was critically low, while replacements were scarce. Montgomery, newly appointed to command the 8th Army, stopped Rommel's last push in the First Battle of El Alamein in July. Neither side could break through. A stalemate settled over the front through August and September. Montgomery prepared methodically. He accumulated men, tanks, artillery, and aircraft. By October, he held overwhelming material superiority. On the night of October 23, 1942, he launched the Second Battle of El Alamein. Over 1,000 guns opened fire simultaneously. Infantry and engineers pushed into German minefields under cover of darkness. Rommel was in Germany on sick leave. He flew back immediately, but the battle's momentum had already shifted. For 13 days, Rommel's forces held defensive positions against relentless assault. Montgomery used a tactic he called crumbling, systematically grinding down Axis strongpoints with concentrated attacks. Rommel had no reserves, limited fuel, and faced an enemy with air superiority. On November 2nd, his line broke. Hitler ordered him to hold at all costs. Rommel ignored the order and retreated. The Afrika Korps withdrew across Libya, then into Tunisia. The pursuit would continue for months, but the turning point had passed. El Alamein marked the end of Rommel's offensive capability in Africa. It also marked the end of his myth as invincible. He had been defeated not by superior tactics, but by superior resources and logistics, the very constraints he had fought against throughout the campaign. In March 1943, Rommel left Africa for the last time. He was assigned to inspect coastal defenses in Europe. D then given command of Army Group B responsible for defending France against the anticipated Allied invasion. When the landings came at Normandy in June 1944, Rommel's forces could not throw them back. On July 17th, his staff car was strafed by Allied aircraft. He suffered a fractured skull and severe injuries. While recovering at home, The aftermath of the July 20th plot to assassinate Hitler unfolded. Conspirators under interrogation named officers they believed sympathetic to removing Hitler. Rommel's name surfaced. His involvement was indirect. He had been approached by conspirators, had listened, and had not reported them. He opposed assassinating Hitler, but supported forcing him from power. That distinction meant nothing to the Gestapo. On October 14, 1944, two generals arrived at Rommel's home in Herrlingen. They presented him with evidence of his connection to the conspiracy. Hitler offered a choice: public trial, disgrace, and execution with consequences for his family, or suicide with a state funeral and protection for his wife and son. Rommel took poison in the back of a staff car a short distance from his house. He was 52 years old. The Nazi regime announced he had died from complications of his injuries. He received a state funeral. The truth remained hidden until after the war. The story of Erwin Rommel in North Africa is a study in tactical brilliance constrained by strategic impossibility. He won battles he should not have won. He held ground he should not have held. But he could never solve the problem of supply. The Mediterranean was contested. Convoys were sunk. Fuel never arrived in sufficient quantities. His boldest operations repeatedly foundered not on enemy resistance, but on empty tanks. Notice where you are right now, the sounds around you, the light in your room, the weight of the chair beneath you. Rommel spent years moving across sand that stretched beyond sight, making decisions that would be studied decades later by people sitting exactly where you are now. His story unfolded in heat and dust and the constant arithmetic of fuel and distance. Your moment is quieter, different, but history only exists because someone chooses to sit with it. Chapter 1. The Swabian Schoolmaster's Son. On the 15th of November, 1891, in the modest town of Heidenheim an der Brenz, tucked into the rolling hills of the Kingdom of Württemberg in southern Germany, a second son was born to the family of Erwin Rommel Sr., a mathematics teacher at the local Real Gymnasium. The infant, also named Erwin, was small and sickly, his breathing labored, his constitution fragile in those first uncertain days. The apartment where he drew his first breaths sat above the school where his father taught, its rooms lined with books and smelling of chalk dust and pipe tobacco, the quiet domain of a respectable middle-class family in the orderly world of Imperial Germany. No one gathered around that modest cradle could have imagined that this struggling infant would, 53 years later, force Adolf Hitler to choose between a show trial and a state funeral. On that November evening, Erwin Rommel Jr. was simply another child in a schoolmaster's household, fighting for breath and for life. Oh, the Germany into which Rommel was born was a nation confident in its place among the great powers, unified under Prussian leadership just 2 decades earlier, industrializing rapidly, and ruled by Kaiser Wilhelm II. It was also a nation where class boundaries mattered intensely, where the military officer corps drew primarily from the aristocracy, where families bearing the noble von prefix dominated the upper ranks of society in command. The Rommel family possessed no such lineage. Erwin's father was a teacher, his mother the daughter of a civil servant, their status solidly middle class, but without the social advantages that opened doors in the rigid hierarchies of Wilhelmina Germany. For a boy of this background to rise in the military would require not inherited privilege, but demonstrated excellence, not connections, but capability proven under scrutiny. This fundamental fact would shape every stage of Rommel's career, instilling in him a hunger for recognition and a need to prove himself through action that would define both his greatest achievements and his most questionable decisions. The boy's early years gave little indication of future military distinction. He was physically delicate, prone to illness, smaller than his peers, and showed no particular martial inclination as a young child. His interests ran toward mechanics and engineering, spending hours with friends constructing elaborate wooden gliders that they would crash test repeatedly in meadows outside the town until achieving brief glorious flight. His father observed these experiments with growing interest. while noting in family correspondence a quality he had not initially expected in his frail second son: a methodical determination, an unwillingness to accept failure, a capacity to analyze what went wrong and try again. Young Erwin approached problems not with flashes of inspiration, but with patient, systematic testing, learning from each iteration. By the time he reached adolescence, the sickly infant had transformed into a capable, if unremarkable, young man, healthy enough for military service, intelligent enough for officer training, but possessing none of the obvious charisma or physical presence that marked natural leaders. In July of 1910, at age 18, Rommel reported to the barracks of the 124th Infantry Regiment in Danzig as an officer cadet. The regiment, based in the Württemberg military district, was a line unit without particular distinction, representing the solid middle tier of the German army, not an elite guards regiment where aristocrats gathered, but not a backwater posting either. Rommel's initial evaluations from his company commander noted him as undistinguished but diligent, a phrase that would have surprised no one who knew the quiet young man. He stood 5 feet 6 inches tall in an army where height was associated with command presence, and his slight build and lack of aristocratic bearing marked him as an outsider from the start. But what he lacked in physical presence or social connections, he began to compensate for with an intense focus on professional competence, mastering the technical details of infantry tactics, weapons handling, and small unit leadership with the same methodical patience he had once applied to wooden gliders. The military education Rommel received at the Kriegsschule in Danzig emphasized traditional Prussian military values, discipline, obedience, tactical study, and the offensive spirit that dominated German military thinking. But it also inadvertently revealed Rommel's emerging pattern of independent thinking. During a field exercise simulating a river crossing in October of 1911, Cadet Rommel was assigned to execute his instructor's plan for getting troops across a waterway using standard bridging techniques. Instead, he improvised an alternative approach, using a supply wagon as a makeshift raft to move his section across at an unexpected point. The improvisation worked, achieving the objective faster than the prescribed method. His reward was both a reprimand for insubordination and a grudging commendation for initiative, an early indication of the tension that would characterize his entire career: exceptional tactical creativity paired with impatience for procedures and protocols that constrained action. The incident foreshadowed a fundamental question about Rommel's military character: whether his ability to see opportunities others missed would be an asset or a liability depended entirely on whether the circumstances rewarded audacity or demanded coordination. In January of 1912, while stationed in Weingarten, Rommel attended a local dance and met Lucia Maria Mollin, known as Lucy, the daughter of a Prussian landowner. She was educated, Protestant, and from a family socially above Rommel's own, which made their courtship both more significant and more challenging. Their relationship developed largely through correspondence as Rommel moved between postings, and the letters he wrote reveal a side of the young officer quite different from the professional soldier his service record described. He wrote with surprising literary sensitivity about landscapes, sunrises over the Swabian Alps, the quality of light in different seasons, employing language more poetic than martial. These letters, which Lucy preserved throughout her long life, provide one of the few windows into Rommel's interior world, showing a capacity for reflection and expression that he rarely displayed in military contexts. The courtship would last through the coming war, with their marriage delayed until 1916. But Lucy would become the stable center of Rommel's life, the constant to whom he wrote throughout his career, the relationship that grounded him through 2 world wars and ultimately witnessed his end. By the summer of 1914, Lieutenant Rommel was 22 years old, a junior officer in an unremarkable regiment, with no particular distinction beyond his recent commissioning and his pending marriage to a woman above his station. His service record showed competence, but not brilliance, diligence, but not genius. He had chosen the military not from burning martial passion, but as one of the limited paths available for upward mobility to a middle-class young man without the education or connections for engineering or civil service. What ambitions he harbored were conventional: serve honorably, advance through merit, must perhaps retire as a major or colonel if fortune smiled. On the 1st of August, 1914, when Germany mobilized for war in response to the cascading diplomatic crisis that followed the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, Rommel received his orders with the same mixture of apprehension and excitement as thousands of other junior officers across Europe. In a letter to Lucy written that day, he noted simply, "At last, the opportunity to prove oneself." The phrasing is revealing in what it contains and what it omits. Personal ambition wrapped in the language of duty, with no mention of Kaiser or empire, no expression of political ideology, no claim about the justice of Germany's cause, only the straightforward acknowledgement that war provided the arena where a middle-class officer without connections might demonstrate the capability that would earn recognition. That recognition would come, though not in ways he could have imagined, and would carry him far higher and cost him far more than he understood on that August day. There exists a curious footnote to Rommel's entry into military service that reveals the contingent nature of historical reputation. Before applying to the army, Rommel had actually sought admission to the Imperial German Navy, attracted by the technical sophistication and modern image of the expanding fleet that Kaiser Wilhelm so proudly sponsored. His application was rejected, not for lack of qualification, but for insufficient family connections. The Navy's officer corps was even more socially exclusive than the Army's, and a schoolmaster's son without a von in his name simply did not meet the informal prerequisites. The entire military career that would follow, everything that would make the name Rommel famous, happened because the Navy didn't want him. This small detail illuminates how reputation and achievement depend not just on individual capability, but on circumstance and opportunity. Had the Navy accepted him, Rommel would likely have spent the coming war on a battleship or cruiser, commanding gun turrets or engineering sections, his tactical creativity constrained by the rigid hierarchies and technical specialization of naval warfare. Be his name lost among thousands of competent but unremarkable naval officers. Instead, rejection pushed him toward the infantry, toward the close-quarters combat of forests and mountains, where improvisation and personal leadership mattered more than technical expertise or social pedigree, toward the environment where his particular combination of skills would prove most effective. As summer faded into autumn in 1914, and Europe descended into the catastrophe that would consume a generation, Lieutenant Erwin Rommel prepared to join his regiment in the field. He packed his kit with the thoroughness that would characterize all his professional work, wrote letters to family and to Lucy, and reviewed his tactical manuals one final time. The uniform he wore was designed for parade grounds and European campaigns, not yet adapted to the realities of modern industrial warfare that would soon emerge. He carried standard infantry weapons and equipment, none of the specialized gear that would later define combat in different theaters. He possessed the training of the peacetime German army, emphasizing offensive elan in the decisive battle, not yet tested against the murderous efficiency of machine guns and artillery that would define the Western Front. In every meaningful sense, he was unprepared for what awaited him, as were the millions of other young men marching toward the sound of guns in the late summer of 1914. But unlike most of those millions, Rommel would not only survive the coming ordeal, but would discover in its chaos and horror the circumstances that called forth capabilities he had not known he possessed. The sickly infant, the unremarkable cadet, the junior lieutenant of no particular distinction, was about to encounter the crucible that would begin transforming him into something quite different. What emerged from that transformation would be both impressive and troubling, a study in military excellence and moral complexity, a career that would raise enduring questions about the relationship between tactical brilliance and strategic wisdom, between professional competence and moral responsibility, between serving honorably and serving an honorable cause. The First World War awaited, and with it, the making of the soldier who would become the Desert Fox. Chapter 2. Blood and Snow, the Making of a Warrior. On the 22nd of August, 1914, in the gray light before dawn, near the village of Blide in eastern France, Lieutenant Erwin Rommel crouched behind a stone farmhouse wall with 3 platoons of the 124th Infantry Regiment, roughly 120 men, as French rifle fire cracked through the morning fog. He had been in France for exactly 3 days, had been under fire for approximately 90 seconds, and had just watched a man named Schöppler, a Bavarian baker in civilian life, take a bullet through the throat 10 feet away. Schöppler was making a wet gurgling sound that Rommel would remember decades later in his memoir, a sound for which no textbook or training exercise had prepared him. The men were looking at him, waiting for orders, and Rommel discovered in that moment what every junior officer discovers in their first combat, that training provides techniques but not courage. Even that competence must be summoned from somewhere deeper than knowledge. Within 90 seconds, he would give the order to fix bayonets and charge the French position, an order that succeeded in driving back the enemy but cost 3 German lives and 7 wounded, an order that earned him his first mention in an after-action report as displaying aggressive initiative, and an order that established the pattern he would follow for the next 30 years. The Western Front in the autumn of 1914 bore little resemblance to the trench warfare it would become. These were the weeks of mobile combat, the German advance into France and Belgium following the Schlieffen Plan's Great Wheeling Movement, battles fought in forests and farmland where small unit actions and junior officer decisions often determined local outcomes. Rommel's regiment was part of the forces moving through the Argonne forest, encountering French defenses in a landscape of dense woods, narrow valleys, and limited visibility where traditional command and control broke down and initiative became paramount. In this environment, Rommel began to develop the tactical methods that would define his career. He learned to read terrain not for its aesthetic qualities, but for its tactical possibilities, where cover existed, where approaches were hidden, where defenders would expect attack, and where they would not. He learned to move quickly when opportunities appeared, understanding that in fluid combat, hesitation often proved more dangerous than imperfect decisions. Most importantly, he learned to lead from the front, to share the risk he asked his men to accept, establishing a pattern of personal courage that would earn him their loyalty even in the most desperate circumstances. On the 24th of September, 1914, during an engagement near Varennes in the Argonne, Rommel demonstrated the creative tactical thinking that would become his signature. Leading a patrol through heavy fog, his unit encountered French positions unexpectedly at close range, a situation that doctrine suggested should result in withdrawal to avoid engagement under disadvantageous conditions. Instead, Rommel recognized that the fog that had caused the surprise could also conceal an attack, that the French defenders could not see any better than the Germans, and that silence and speed might achieve what firepower could not. He led his men in a careful approach through the mist, on navigating by compass and whispered instructions until they were among the French positions before being discovered. The brief fight that followed ended with 15 French soldiers captured and 4 machine guns taken without the Germans firing a shot. The Iron Cross Second Class he received for this action cited specifically his independent tactical judgment, military language for the initiative that sometimes looked like insubordination. The incident revealed both Rommel's strength and his potential weakness, his ability to see opportunities invisible to more conventional thinkers, but also his tendency to act without orders when he believed circumstances demanded it, a quality that superiors would find either brilliant or insubordinate depending on outcomes. The cost of this education came on the 29th of January, 1915, near Les Eparges in the Meuse sector, when Rommel was shot through the upper left thigh during a dawn reconnaissance patrol. The wound was serious enough to require evacuation, but Rommel refused to leave his position for over 3 hours, continuing to direct his platoon's withdrawal while bleeding heavily into makeshift bandages, an act of either admirable dedication or foolish stubbornness, depending on perspective. He was finally carried to an aid station and then to hospital in Germany, where he spent 3 months recovering. During this convalescence, he began writing detailed tactical notes on forest combat, analyzing what had worked and what had failed in his months of action, converting experience into systematic thought. These notes would later expand into his book, Infantry Greift an, Infantry Attacks. But their immediate purpose was simply to understand what he had lived through, to extract principles from chaos. The wound itself left him with a permanent limp that was barely noticeable, but that he would feel for the rest of his life. A small reminder of what modern war cost even its survivors. Returning to duty in September of 1915, Rommel joined the Württemberg Mountain Battalion, an elite unit specializing in alpine warfare that was forming for operations in the mountainous terrain of the Vosges, and, eventually, Italy. Selection for this unit was competitive, requiring both demonstrated combat capability and the physical fitness for mountain operations, and his acceptance indicated that his reputation had begun to grow beyond his immediate regiment. In the Vosges Mountains of Alsace, Rommel developed techniques for night infiltration and mountain warfare that would prove decisive in later campaigns. He learned to use terrain that others considered impassable, to move small groups through supposedly impossible approaches, to appear where defenders did not expect attack because they believed the ground itself provided protection. On a September night in 1915, his company moved through steep mountain terrain that French defenders had not bothered to fortify because they judged it inaccessible, emerging at dawn behind French lines and capturing an entire position without the defenders understanding how Germans had materialized behind them. Rommel's after-action report from this engagement was distributed to other mountain units as a training document, an early indication that his methods were being recognized as worthy of study and emulation. The war ground on through 1916 and into 1917, the Western Front ossifying into the murderous stalemate of trench warfare, while Rommel's mountain battalion operated in sectors where mobility remained possible. On the 24th of December, 1915, during an informal Christmas truce in the Vosges sector, Rommel shared schnapps with his men in a dugout, listening to their stories of home, their hopes for the war's end, their fears and memories. His Batman, Theodor Hartmann, later recalled this evening in a post-war interview, noting that the Herr Leutnant knew every man's name and village. He asked about their families, showed genuine interest in them as individuals, but never let this familiarity undermine his authority when orders were given. This balance between closeness and command, between shared humanity and maintained hierarchy, was part of what made Rommel effective with subordinates. He never pretended that rank erased the common experience of danger and hardship, never asked men to take risks he would not share, but also never confused camaraderie with weakness or permitted familiarity to compromise discipline. The loyalty this approach generated would become one of his most important assets in later commands, the foundation of his ability to push men beyond what they thought they could endure. By late 1917, the German army had refined the infiltration tactics that would characterize its final offensives. Small assault groups bypassing strong points, maintaining momentum, exploiting enemy confusion rather than confronting strength directly. These Stoßtrupp tactics represented a revolution in infantry doctrine, a response to the impossibility of breakthrough by frontal assault, and Rommel was among their most effective practitioners. When Germany and Austria-Hungary prepared their offensive against Italy in October of 1917, Rommel's mountain battalion was selected to participate, and he would find in the Julian Alps the terrain and circumstances where his methods would achieve their most spectacular demonstration. But that spectacular success at Caporetto would also reveal patterns that would persist throughout his career. The tendency to advance beyond support when opportunities appeared, the focus on tactical exploitation at potential strategic cost, the physical and psychological toll of sustained aggressive operations. The lessons of this first war were being written in experience and blood, lessons that Rommel would carry forward into commands and conflicts yet unimagined. The scale of loss on the Western Front provided context for individual experience that must be understood to grasp what Rommel and his generation endured. In the first 5 months of the war, from August through December of 1914, the German army suffered approximately 800,000 casualties. Rommel's own 124th Infantry Regiment lost 1,200 men, nearly half its strength, in the opening weeks of combat. These were not abstract numbers, but faces, names, individuals with whom Rommel had trained and marched, whose families he knew, whose absence created gaps in formations and friendships. To survive this attrition while continuing to function, while continuing to lead others into situations where they might die, required either exceptional psychological resilience or the development of emotional armor that distanced the soldier from the full weight of what was being experienced. Rommel appears to have possessed both, a genuine connection to his men combined with a capacity to focus on tactical problems that allowed him to continue functioning when the human cost might have been paralyzing. The warrior that emerged from these years bore little resemblance to the uncertain young lieutenant who had jumped from a landing craft into cold water near Blyde in August of 1914. Rommel had been tested in ways that peacetime training could never replicate, and had not merely survived but excelled, earning recognition and decorations that marked him as exceptional among his peers. He had discovered capabilities within himself, the ability to act decisively under fire, to see tactical possibilities others missed, to inspire men to follow him into danger. That had been latent in peacetime. But he had also been shaped by experiences that would influence all his future decisions. He had learned that aggressive initiative usually succeeded, and hesitation usually failed. A lesson that was contextually true in the small unit actions of mobile warfare, but that would prove more complicated in different contexts. He had learned that personal courage and shared risk earned soldiers' loyalty more effectively than rank or rhetoric, but also that focusing on immediate tactical problems helped avoid confronting larger strategic or moral questions about the war's purpose or conduct. These lessons, forged in the forests and mountains of the First World War, would define both his greatest achievements and his most significant failures in the war to come. As 1917 drew toward its close and Rommel prepared for deployment to the Italian front, he carried with him 3 years of combat experience, a growing reputation for tactical skill, and a collection of decorations that testified to his courage and capability. He also carried, though he would not yet have recognized it, the seeds of his future dilemmas, the tension between tactical excellence and strategic wisdom, between personal honor and service to larger purposes, between the warrior's code and the moral questions that code sometimes allowed him to avoid confronting. The making of the warrior was nearly complete. What remained to be seen was where that warrior would lead, and whether the skills that made him exceptional in combat would prove sufficient for the more complex challenges that awaited beyond the battlefield. Chapter 3. The Miracle at Caporetto. Tactical Masterpiece. At 2 o'clock in the morning on the 24th of October, 1917, Captain Erwin Rommel stood with his Württemberg Mountain Battalion, 6 companies totaling roughly 500 men, on the slopes of Mount Colivrat in the Julian Alps of northeastern Italy, 7,000 feet above sea level, in darkness so complete that the soldiers could barely see their own hands. Below them, somewhere in the pre-dawn blackness, lay the positions of the Italian Second Army, weakened by years of brutal fighting along the Isonzo River, but still formidable behind prepared defenses in mountain terrain that heavily favored defenders. In 2 hours, German and Austro-Hungarian artillery would begin the largest bombardment yet delivered on the Italian front, and Rommel's battalion had received orders to advance toward Mount Matajur, a peak 5,400 feet high, some 12 miles distant through defended mountain passes. German High Command estimated this objective would require 4 days of sustained combat to achieve. Rommel, studying his maps by shielded lantern light, had privately decided to reach Madajur in less than 30 hours, a timeline he had not shared with his superiors because they would have forbidden it as impossibly reckless. What he was about to attempt would either end his career in court-martial or earn him Germany's highest military decoration. The Caporetto offensive, named for the Italian town near the sector where Austro-German forces would attack, represented Germany's effort to shore up its faltering Austrian ally by delivering a decisive blow against Italian forces. The strategic situation along the Isonzo had stalemated after 11 separate Italian offensives had accomplished little except massive casualties on both sides, and German high command judged that a properly executed breakthrough could collapse the Italian position entirely. Among the German units deployed for this operation were specialist mountain troops, like Rommel's battalion, selected specifically for their expertise in the Alpine warfare that characterized this theater. The plan called for infiltration tactics refined on the Western Front, bypassing strong points, maintaining momentum, exploiting gaps rather than confronting strength, applied to the vertical terrain of the Julian Alps. What made this particularly challenging was that mountains naturally channeled movement into predictable routes that defenders could cover with fire, making surprise difficult and casualties inevitable in conventional approaches. Rommel's solution to this problem would be characteristically direct: go where the enemy believed movement was impossible. At 6:30 in the morning, as the artillery barrage lifted and German units began their advance, Rommel led his battalion not along the expected approach routes, but up and across terrain the Italians had judged too steep and exposed for assault. His men climbed through dawn mist using ropes and handholds, navigating by compass when visibility dropped to yards, moving in silence to avoid alerting defenders below. The physical demands were extraordinary. Soldiers carrying weapons, ammunition, and equipment up slopes that approached vertical in places, hands torn on limestone, lungs burning in thin air. Every man understanding that if they were discovered during the climb, they would be helpless targets. But the gamble succeeded. At mid-morning, Rommel's battalion emerged on high ground behind Italian forward positions, appearing where defenders had placed no troops because they had believed the approach impossible. The surprise was absolute. Italian units, suddenly facing Germans attacking from behind and above, surrendered in confusion, entire positions capitulating without sustained resistance. Rommel's immediate decision was not to consolidate these gains, but to continue advancing, recognizing that Italian command structure was fracturing and that speed mattered more than security. Over the next 26 hours, Rommel's battalion conducted what military historians would later analyze as one of the most remarkable small unit operations of the First World War. They marched and fought almost continuously, each covering approximately 25 miles through mountain terrain, engaging Italian positions 5 separate times and capturing thousands of prisoners. Rommel personally led from the front throughout, navigating, making instant tactical decisions, pushing exhausted men to continue when they believed they could not. His second-in-command, Lieutenant Streicher, argued repeatedly for halting to consolidate and wait for supporting units, following doctrine that emphasized maintaining contact with adjacent forces and not advancing beyond mutual support range. Each time, Rommel overruled him with variations of the same logic. Italian command and control had collapsed. Confusion was an opportunity with an expiration date, and the disorder that made continued advance possible would not last once Italian commanders regained situational awareness and established new defensive lines. He was improvising grand tactics in real time, making decisions that should have been made at division or corps level, betting his battalion's survival on his assessment of enemy morale and command paralysis. The fact that his assessment proved correct does not change the reality that he was operating well beyond his authority and accepting risks that could easily have resulted in his battalion's destruction. At dawn on the 26th of October, after marching through the night, Rommel's exhausted battalion reached the summit of Mount Madajur. Italian units defending the peak, i.e., Or disoriented by reports of German penetrations throughout the sector and uncertain where friendly lines now stood, chose surrender over fight. The scene at the summit was surreal. Hundreds of Italian soldiers laying down their weapons to a German force that numbered barely more than a company at that point, many of Rommel's men so exhausted they immediately collapsed and slept where they stood. The tally for the operation was almost unbelievable. 6 Germans killed and 30 wounded, versus approximately 9,000 Italian soldiers captured and 81 artillery pieces taken. The casualty exchange ratio was over 300 to 1 in Rommel's favor. Such numbers demand careful scrutiny, because they seem too dramatic to be credible, but both German after-action reports and Italian military archives corroborate these figures. What made this possible was not superior German courage or Italian cowardice. Italian soldiers had fought tenaciously throughout the war, but rather the complete psychological and organizational collapse that occurs when defenders lose confidence in their command structure and cannot understand what is happening to them. Rommel did not stop at Matajour. For 2 more days, his battalion continued exploiting the breakthrough, advancing toward the Piave River, covering over 60 miles from their starting positions before logistics and exhaustion finally forced a halt on the 28th of October. In his tactical journal, he wrote with remarkable self-awareness, "We advanced until ammunition and men could advance no further. Not enemy fire, but our own logistics stopped us." This observation captured both his strength and his weakness, and he understood intellectually that supply lines and sustainability mattered, that tactical success without logistical support was temporary. Yet, his operational instinct always pushed toward maximum exploitation regardless of sustainment concerns. This pattern would reappear throughout his career, most catastrophically in North Africa, where the distances were greater and the logistics more fragile. But even here in the mountains of Italy, the seeds of future problems were visible. His battalion had achieved spectacular results, but it also advanced so far ahead of supporting units that it was effectively isolated, depended on captured Italian supplies, and would have been vulnerable if Italian forces had been capable of coherent counterattack. The fact that Italian disintegration made this risk acceptable does not mean the risk was not real. On the 10th of December, 1917, in a formal ceremony at German High Command in Berlin, 26-year-old Captain Erwin Rommel was awarded the Pour le Mérite, Imperial Germany's highest military decoration, for his actions at Caporetto. The Blue Max, as it was commonly known, had been awarded to only 687 Army officers during the entire war, making its recipients a tiny elite within Germany's military establishment. Rommel was among the youngest officers ever to receive it, and its award marked his transition from competent company commander to recognized tactical genius, from provincial officer to figure known throughout the German military. His tactical report on the Caporetto operation became required reading in German military schools, analyzed for lessons about infiltration tactics, exploitation of success, and leadership in fluid combat. The recognition was professionally significant, but also personally meaningful to Rommel, whose middle-class origins meant he had no inherited status and needed demonstrated achievement to gain standing among officers from aristocratic families. The Pour le Mérite testified that merit could indeed triumph over birth, that a schoolmaster's son could stand equal to counts and barons, that performance mattered more than pedigree. This validation of meritocracy would shape Rommel's worldview, reinforcing his belief in capability and achievement as the proper measures of worth. Yet there was a hidden cost to this triumph that would not appear in official reports or medal citations. In December of 1917, Rommel suffered what his military medical records describe as acute exhaustion, inability to concentrate, insomnia, symptoms consistent with what would later be understood as combat stress reaction or post-traumatic stress. He spent 6 weeks on medical leave in Germany, during which time Lucy observed him waking from nightmares, struggling with headaches and tremors, unable to fully relax even in the safety of home. The medical records and family correspondence that document this episode reveal that even his greatest victory exacted a psychological toll that the public celebration of his achievement never acknowledged. The warrior who had led men through 26 hours of continuous mountain combat, who had made instant life and death decisions affecting hundreds of lives, who had navigated by compass through darkness and confusion, had been carrying an internal weight that eventually became unsustainable. This pattern, outward competence masking inner strain, triumph achieved at hidden personal cost, would recur throughout Rommel's career, his physical and psychological health declining under stresses that he rarely acknowledged and never allowed to interfere with operations until his body forced the issue. The broader context of the Caporetto offensive provides perspective on Rommel's individual achievement. The combined Austro-German attack, launched on the 24th of October, broke through Italian lines along a 25-mile front, penetrating to depths of over 70 miles and resulting in total Italian losses of approximately 300,000 men, including over 250,000 captured and 3,000 artillery pieces lost. It was one of the most devastating military defeats in Italian history, nearly knocking Italy out of the war entirely and requiring emergency reinforcement by British and French units to stabilize a new defensive line on the Piave River. The political consequences in Italy were profound, leading to the replacement of the chief of staff in a crisis in government. From Germany's strategic perspective, the operation achieved its immediate objective of relieving pressure on Austria-Hungary. But it could not change the fundamental trajectory of the war. Germany and its allies were slowly losing the attritional struggle against enemies with greater resources, and, after April 1917, the industrial might of the United States entering on the Allied side. Rommel's tactical brilliance at Caporetto, like the larger operational success, could not overcome strategic realities. What Rommel took from the Caporetto experience was a set of lessons about warfare that would define his approach for the rest of his military career. He learned that infiltration tactics, bypassing strong points, maintaining momentum, exploiting enemy confusion, could achieve results far beyond what frontal assault could accomplish. He learned that psychological factors mattered as much as physical ones. That destroying enemy cohesion and command confidence often mattered more than destroying enemy units. He learned that in fluid situations, the commander willing to accept risk and advance aggressively usually defeated the commander who proceeded cautiously and waited for perfect information. These lessons were valid within their context, drawn from real experience and validated by results. The question that would haunt his later career was whether tactics proven effective in the mountains of Italy in 1917 would remain effective in different terrain, against different enemies, in different strategic circumstances. That question would not receive its answer for more than 20 years in the deserts of North Africa, where the distances were vaster, the logistics more fragile, while the enemy more resilient than the collapsing Italians of Caporetto. For now, in the winter of 1917, Rommel was simply a young captain with Germany's highest decoration, a growing reputation, and lessons learned in blood and exhaustion. The warrior had been made. How he would be used and to what ends remained to be seen. Chapter 4. The Soldier as Author Between the Wars. In September of 1929, Major Erwin Rommel, now 37 years old and 12 years past his Pour le Mérite fame, stood before a class of officer cadets in a lecture hall at the Infantry School in Dresden, Saxony. Outside the tall windows, Dresden's Baroque architecture gleamed in autumn sunlight, the city's churches and palaces reconstructed after war damage. Presenting a vision of recovered order in a Germany still struggling with the consequences of defeat. On the desk beside Rommel sat a thick manuscript, the product of 5 years of writing and revision, his detailed account of infantry combat in the First World War, soon to be published as Infantry Greift an, Infantry Attacks. The young men in the lecture hall, including a meticulous cadet named Friedrich Paulus, who sat in the second row taking careful notes, represented the new Reichswehr, the reduced military force permitted to Germany under the Treaty of Versailles. Rommel's task was to teach these future officers the realities of combat, and his method was unusual. Rather than lecturing from doctrine, he would narrate actual combat situations from his own experience, pause to ask students what they would do, then reveal what actually happened and analyze why certain decisions succeeded while others failed. The students found this approach riveting, a dramatic change from standard military pedagogy, and Rommel's reputation as an instructor began to grow alongside his existing fame as a decorated veteran. The Germany of the Weimar period, from 1919 to 1933, was a nation attempting to find stability after catastrophic defeat. The Treaty of Versailles had limited the German military to 100,000 men, prohibited tanks and military aircraft, restricted artillery, and imposed massive reparations that crippled the economy. The Reichswehr that emerged from these constraints became, by necessity, a quality-focused force, emphasizing training and doctrine over numbers, preparing professional soldiers and officers who might eventually expand into a larger force if political circumstances changed. Rommel's assignment to the infantry school represented recognition of his tactical expertise, but it also placed him in an environment where intellectual development mattered as much as physical courage, where the ability to analyze and teach lessons from combat experience was valued alongside the ability to execute in the field. This suited Rommel well. He had always been methodical in his approach to tactical problems, and the opportunity to systematize his wartime experiences into teachable principles allowed him to develop as a military thinker rather than simply a military doer. The book Rommel worked on throughout the early 1930s was unlike most military literature of its era. Standard tactical manuals were abstract, focusing on principles and procedures without the messy particularity of actual combat. Rommel's approach was the opposite, concrete, specific, grounded in named places and dated events, taking the reader through his decisions in real time and explaining his reasoning. He described terrain in detail, explained why certain approaches were chosen over others, acknowledged mistakes and miscalculations, and conveyed the fog of war that made real combat so different from peacetime exercises. Lucy helped with editing, reading drafts, and arguing with him about clarity and accessibility, pushing him to explain things that were obvious to a professional soldier, but opaque to general readers. Their collaboration on the manuscript represented one of the few times Rommel's professional and personal lives intersected directly, Lucy serving not just as supportive wife, but as active intellectual partner in refining his ideas. When Infantry Greift an was finally published in 1937 by Vogenreiter Verlag, it became an unexpected success, selling well beyond military circles to a German public hungry for accounts of military competence and success after the humiliation of defeat. The political transformation happening around Rommel during these years proceeded largely without his notice or interest. On the 30th of January 1933, Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany, an event that would reshape Germany and the world. But Rommel's diary entry that day makes no mention of this political earthquake, instead discussing a training exercise with live ammunition scheduled for February. When younger officers in the Dresden mess hall discussed National Socialist ideology or debated Hitler's political program, Rommel characteristically redirected conversation to professional military topics, showing neither enthusiasm nor hostility toward the new regime, simply a studied disinterest in politics generally. This political disengagement was not unusual among German military officers, who tended to view themselves as servants of the state rather than participants in political life. But it would have profound consequences. By focusing exclusively on professional military competence while remaining indifferent to the political character of the regime he served, Rommel allowed himself to become complicit in purposes he never examined closely. Whether this represented naive professionalism or willful blindness remains debatable, but its consequences were real. In October of 1935, Rommel, now a lieutenant colonel commanding the 3rd Battalion, 17th Infantry Regiment at Goslar, conducted a field demonstration for senior officers, including some Nazi party leaders. His battalion executed infiltration tactics with precision, demonstrating the doctrines he had been developing and teaching. Adolf Hitler attended as an observer, and after the demonstration spoke briefly with Rommel, praising what he called the aggressive spirit displayed. This encounter was brief and seemingly insignificant, but it planted a seed. Hitler, who despite his lack of formal military education, was genuinely interested in tactical details and had served as a corporal in the First World War, remembered the name of this effective officer who could translate doctrine into impressive demonstration. For Rommel, the encounter was simply another demonstration for senior leadership, neither more nor less significant than others. He could not have known that Hitler's interest would eventually shape his career trajectory in ways both advantageous and ultimately fatal. The future dictator's attention was a double-edged gift that would open doors Rommel could not have passed through otherwise, while eventually making him valuable enough to the regime that his later opposition would require his elimination rather than mere dismissal. On a summer day in 1933, Rommel took his young son Manfred, then 4 years old, for a walk through the Harz mountain forests near their posting at Goslar. As they walked, Rommel pointed out terrain features, natural cover, sight lines, approaches that would favor attackers or defenders, explaining the tactical significance of landscape to a child barely old enough to understand. Manfred later recalled this walk decades afterward in his memoir, noting his father's comment that one must learn to read the ground as one reads a book. The anecdote reveals how completely Rommel's professional identity had merged with his perception of the world. He could not look at landscape without analyzing its military possibilities, could not walk through a forest without seeing it as a battlefield. And this total professional absorption was part of what made him effective, but also part of what made him limited. He saw tactical problems with exceptional clarity, but often struggled to see larger strategic, political, or moral dimensions. The ground revealed its secrets to him, but he sometimes missed what was happening above the tactical level, in the realms of strategy, politics, and ethics that he had trained himself to ignore as outside his professional sphere. The Treaty of Versailles, restrictions that had constrained the Reichswehr, began to erode in the mid-1930s as Hitler openly defied the treaty's provisions. Conscription was reintroduced in 1935, the army began expanding beyond the 100,000-man limit, and development of tanks and aircraft proceeded openly rather than in secret. For professional officers like Rommel, these changes meant expanded opportunities for command and advancement, but they also meant serving a regime whose aggressive intentions were becoming increasingly clear. Rommel's correspondence from this period shows he welcomed the military expansion as an opportunity for Germany to restore its proper place among nations, accepting at face value the Nazi narrative that Versailles had been unjustly punitive, and that German rearmament was defensive necessity rather than preparation for aggressive war. Whether he genuinely believed this narrative or simply found it convenient to believe is impossible to determine from available evidence. What is clear is that he did not examine these questions critically, did not investigate the regime's larger purposes, and focused instead on professional military preparation in a way that allowed him to avoid confronting uncomfortable political realities. By 1937, when Infantry Greifdan was published and rapidly became a military bestseller, Rommel had achieved a reputation as one of the German army's most innovative tactical thinkers and effective instructors. Combat veterans wrote him letters describing how his book captured the reality of infantry warfare in ways no other military literature had managed. Military academies in Germany and eventually abroad adopted the book as a text for studying small unit tactics. Adolf Hitler reportedly read the book and was impressed by its clarity and the aggressive operational concepts it advocated, further cementing Rommel in the dictator's awareness as an officer worth watching and potentially using. Rommel had become, without consciously seeking it, a figure whose reputation extended beyond his immediate profession, an author whose work would outlast his own life. The book's success also revealed Rommel's gifts as a communicator, his ability to explain complex tactical situations clearly, to convey the fog of war without mystifying it, to acknowledge uncertainty and mistakes while extracting useful lessons. These communicative skills would serve him well in later positions where public relations and propaganda became intertwined with military function. Yet there was a curious incident during this period that suggested limits to Rommel's purely military focus. In 1934, he applied for a position in the secretly developing Luftwaffe, seeking to command paratrooper units, attracted by the tactical possibilities of vertical envelopment and airborne operations. The application was rejected. At 42, Rommel was deemed too old for parachute training, and the nascent airborne forces preferred younger officers without established reputations in other branches. His entire Second World War career, including the North African campaigns that would make him world famous, unfolded because he was judged too old to jump out of airplanes. This rejection illustrates the contingent nature of historical outcomes, how reputation and legacy depend not just on capability, but on circumstance and opportunity. Had Rommel been accepted into airborne forces, his particular combination of tactical creativity and aggressive exploitation might have found different expression in a different theater, or he might have been killed in one of the costly airborne operations of the war. Instead, rejected by the Luftwaffe, he remained in the army, ascending through traditional infantry and later armored commands toward the destiny that his name would become synonymous with. As the 1930s drew toward their close, and Germany moved closer to the war that Hitler intended and that most of Europe tried to avoid, Rommel stood at mid-career, a recognized tactical expert, a successful author, a decorated veteran, and an officer marked for advancement. He was also, though he showed no signs of recognizing it, a man who had chosen not to examine the character of the regime he served, who had accepted professional opportunities without investigating where they led, who had focused so completely on tactical and operational excellence that he had rendered himself deliberately ignorant of the larger strategic and moral context. This professional narrowness would allow him to serve the Nazi regime effectively while maintaining his self-image as an apolitical soldier, to participate in Hitler's wars while believing himself untainted by Hitler's purposes. The contradictions inherent in this position, trying to serve honorably within a fundamentally dishonorable enterprise, would eventually force themselves into Rommel's awareness, but that reckoning lay years in the future. For now, in the final peacetime years of the 1930s, Rommel was simply a successful officer in an expanding army, but preparing for a war whose coming seemed increasingly inevitable and whose character and consequences he had not seriously examined. Chapter 5. The Ghost Division, Blitzkrieg Unleashed. At 5:35 in the morning on the 10th of May, 1940, Major General Erwin Rommel stood in the cupola of his Panzer Mark III command tank near the German-Belgian border as first light began breaking in the east. Behind him, stretching back for miles along the roads, were 218 tanks, 2,600 vehicles, and 17,000 men of the 7th Panzer Division, the formation he had commanded for less than 3 months. Rommel had never before commanded tanks in combat. His entire military experience had been in infantry. Down from the forests of France in 1914 through the mountains of Italy to the instructorships of the interwar years. His knowledge of armored warfare came from manuals, staff exercises, and conversations with pioneers like Heinz Guderian, theoretical rather than experiential. Now he was about to test those theories at speed against the combined armies of France, Britain, Belgium, and the Netherlands in the largest military operation since 1918. In his tunic pocket was a letter from Lucy, received the previous day, urging him to remember he had a family and asking him not to take unnecessary risks. He did not plan to heed that advice. At 5:37, German artillery opened fire along the entire Western Front, and at the first sound of guns, Rommel dropped into his tank and gave the order his division had been waiting for. Forward. The German invasion of Western Europe in May of 1940 represented the test of a revolutionary operational concept that combined tanks, motorized infantry, tactical air support, and rapid exploitation into what would become known as Blitzkrieg, lightning war. The strategy involved concentrated armored thrusts, punching through enemy lines at selected points, then driving deep into enemy rear areas to paralyze command and control and create psychological collapse before defenders could establish coherent defensive lines. This concept represented a dramatic departure from the attritional warfare that had characterized the First World War. And its success or failure would depend on whether commanders at division and corps level could maintain the speed and aggression necessary to keep defenders off balance. Rommel's 7th Panzer Division was one of 10 panzer divisions committed to the offensive, assigned to Army Group A in the sector that would advance through the Ardennes forest and then drive toward the Meuse River, the first major obstacle on the route into France. The plan was audacious, technically demanding, and depended on the French responding predictably by moving their best units north into Belgium, leaving the supposedly impassable Ardennes lightly defended. By the 13th of May, Rommel's division had crossed Belgium and reached the Meuse River near the village of Huys, ahead of the schedule that German planning staff had considered optimistic. French defenders on the opposite bank opened fire as German engineers began constructing a pontoon bridge under combat conditions, working while artillery and small arms fire kicked up water and dirt around them. Rommel, characteristically, did not observe from a safe command post, but stood in the open directing tank placement and fire support, seemingly oblivious to the shells landing within meters. His personal courage verged on recklessness. An artillery round landed 15 meters away, showering him with dirt and debris, and he simply brushed himself off and continued issuing orders. French defenders, demoralized by days of Luftwaffe dive bomber attacks and overwhelmed by the speed of German advance, began surrendering in groups once German tanks crossed the river. By nightfall on the 13th, while 7th Panzer had secured a bridgehead across the Meuse, a feat German high command had not expected until the 15th at earliest. The crossing demonstrated both Rommel's tactical skill and his command philosophy: lead from the front, maintain pressure, exploit enemy confusion, and never allow defenders time to recover and organize. Over the next 8 days, from the 16th through the 24th of May, 7th Panzer Division conducted the campaign that earned it the nickname Gespenster Division, Ghost Division, because Allied and German commands alike lost track of its location. Rommel drove his division forward relentlessly, sometimes advancing over 100 miles in a single day, moving at speeds that even German headquarters could not track. He ignored his flanks, bypassed French strongpoints rather than reducing them. He drove through the night with headlights blazing to maintain momentum and treated every halt as temporary. His chief of staff, Major Otto Heidkamper, repeatedly urged consolidation and coordination with neighboring units, arguing that 7th Panzer was extending itself dangerously, creating a salient that French forces might cut off. Each time, Rommel overruled these concerns with variations of the same logic. Speed was a form of protection, hesitation gave enemies time to organize, and maintaining momentum created opportunities that careful planning could not match. His tactical judgment proved correct. French command structure collapsed under the psychological impact of German units appearing where they should not have been, and the 7th Panzer's rapid advances contributed to the general French paralysis. But Heidkamper's concerns were also valid. Rommel's division was repeatedly out of communication with Corps headquarters, operating beyond mutual support distance from other units, and would have been vulnerable if French forces had been capable of coherent response. On the 20th of May, near the town of Arras in northeastern France, 7th Panzer encountered its first serious resistance of the campaign. A British counterattack involving heavily armored Matilda Mark II tanks struck Rommel's advancing columns, and for several hours the battle hung in genuine uncertainty. German 37mm anti-tank guns proved almost useless against Matilda armor, their rounds bouncing off the thick British tank plates without penetrating. Rommel improvised desperately, bringing forward 88mm anti-aircraft guns and ordering them used in direct-fire anti-tank role, a tactic he had first employed in France in 1940. The high-velocity 88mm guns, designed for shooting down aircraft, could penetrate any tank armor of 1940 when fired horizontally, and they tore through the British attack, destroying Matildas at ranges where British guns could not effectively respond. The counterattack was repelled, but it served as a sharp reminder that Allied forces, when properly led and concentrated, could threaten even successful German advances. The experience taught Rommel respect for British fighting quality. He noted in his tactical journal that these were not the French soldiers who had broken so easily, that British and Commonwealth troops would fight tenaciously even when circumstances were unfavorable. This assessment would prove accurate when he faced them again in very different terrain. By the 28th of May, 7th Panzer Division reached the English Channel coast near Lille, completing an advance of over 200 miles in 17 days, and effectively encircling the Allied forces in Belgium and northern France. The campaign statistics were extraordinary. Rommel's division had captured approximately 40,000 prisoners while suffering fewer than 700 killed, a casualty exchange ratio that testified to the effectiveness of mobile warfare against disorganized defenders. The Ghost Division nickname, coined by frustrated French officers trying to report its movements, was adopted by German propaganda and became part of Rommel's growing legend. More significantly for his career, Adolf Hitler took particular notice of 7th Panzer's performance, and propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels began featuring Rommel in newsreels and press coverage, building him into a public figure whose fame extended beyond military circles. The attention was both professionally beneficial and personally dangerous. It marked Rommel as valuable to the regime for propaganda purposes, making him simultaneously more powerful and more constrained, a recognized hero who could be deployed for public relations as much as for military effect. The final phase of the French campaign, from early June through the French surrender on the 22nd of June, saw 7th Panzer participate in the pursuit southward as French resistance collapsed completely. Rommel's division covered extraordinary distances, sometimes 150 miles in a single day, racing across France toward the Spanish border. French units surrendered without fighting in many cases, the psychological effect of German victories having destroyed the will to resist even where physical capacity remained. On the 19th of June, near Cherbourg, Rommel personally accepted the surrender of General Ehler of the French 9th Corps, and approximately 30,000 soldiers in a formal ceremony that was filmed by German propaganda units. The photographs from this event show French officers presenting their weapons with correct military formality, while Rommel, looking slightly uncomfortable with the ceremony's theater, accepts them with more awkwardness than triumph. The campaign was effectively over. France, which had resisted Germany for 4 years in the First World War at cost of millions of casualties, had been defeated in 6 weeks of mobile warfare. The strategic and psychological shock was profound, not just in France, but across the world, where observers struggled to understand how such complete victory had been achieved so rapidly. Yet there was a revealing incident during the pursuit through France that illuminated Rommel's character and the contradictions within it. In late June, 7th Panzer briefly occupied the small town of Beauvoir-en-Lyon, where the French writer André Maurois had lived. Rommel, who during the 1920s had read Maurois' historical works and admired them, discovered that Maurois' personal library remained intact in his abandoned home. Rommel ordered guards posted to prevent looting and left a note that soldiers found afterwards. From one writer to another. Maurois, who was Jewish and had fled France days before German occupation, learned of this incident after the war and wrote ambiguously that he was uncertain whether to be moved by the civility or appalled by the context in which it was rendered. The moment captures Rommel's complexity. He could act with cultured consideration even while serving a regime that was already implementing policies of persecution and would soon move to genocide. Whether this represented genuine decency, operating within an evil system, or merely the performance of decency that allowed him to maintain a self-image untainted by the regime's purposes, remains one of the enduring questions about his character. The German invasion of France resulted in total French losses of approximately 360,000 killed or wounded and 1,900,000 captured, against German casualties of approximately 27,000 killed across the entire campaign. The asymmetry was stunning and seemed to validate completely the blitzkrieg concept and the commanders who had executed it. For Rommel personally, the campaign brought recognition that transformed his career. Hitler decorated him with the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross on the 27th of May, and by summer's end, he was being discussed for higher command despite his relative junior rank as a division commander. The successful gamble of giving him an armored division, despite his lack of tank experience, appeared vindicated. But the French campaign's lessons were in some ways misleading. Germany had faced a demoralized enemy whose command structure was dysfunctional and whose strategic concepts were obsolete. The victory demonstrated what mobile warfare could achieve against vulnerable opponents, but did not test whether the same methods would succeed against determined, well-led forces with secure logistics. That test would come in very different circumstances, in a theater where the distances were vast, the supply lines precarious, and the enemy resilient. The Ghost Division had proven itself in France. Whether its methods and its commander would prove as effective elsewhere remained to be seen. But as summer turned to autumn in 1940, and Hitler turned his attention toward the Soviet Union while desultorily pursuing an air campaign against Britain, Rommel stood at a career peak he could scarcely have imagined 3 years earlier. He had risen from infantry instructor to successful panzer commander, from decorated veteran to recognized innovator, from professional soldier known within military circles to public figure whose name appeared in newspapers and newsreels. The path ahead would take him to Africa, to desert warfare utterly unlike anything he had experienced, to the campaigns that would make him world famous and ultimately doom him. But in the autumn of 1940, with France defeated and Germany seemingly invincible, the future appeared to offer nothing but opportunity for a general who had proven his tactical brilliance and earned his Führer's favor. The complications, moral and strategic, lay ahead, still invisible beyond the horizon of triumph. Chapter 6. Into the Furnace, Arrival in Africa. On the 12th of February 1941, General-Lieutenant Erwin Rommel stepped from a Junkers 52 transport aircraft onto the tarmac at Castel Benito airfield outside Tripoli, Libya, and the heat struck him like a physical blow. It was 102 degrees Fahrenheit at 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun reflecting off white sand and limestone with an intensity that made him squint despite his sunglasses. He wore his full European uniform, designed for the temperate climates of France and Germany, and within minutes, sweat soaked through the fabric as he surveyed his new command theater. Around the airfield, Italian soldiers lounged in whatever shade they could find, their posture and demeanor speaking of defeat and exhaustion. They had reason for their demoralization. British Commonwealth forces had just driven them back 500 miles across Cyrenaica in 2 months of fighting, capturing 130,000 Italian prisoners and destroying 10 Italian divisions while suffering only 500 killed themselves. Rommel had arrived in Africa with orders to prevent the complete collapse of Italy's North African Empire, commanding initially just 2 German divisions dispatched to shore up the faltering Italian war effort. His instructions from German High Command were explicit. Defend Tripoli, avoid offensive operations. He wait for reinforcements, and under no circumstances take risks that might lead to German forces being drawn into a major North African commitment. Rommel listened to these orders, acknowledged them formally, and had already decided he would ignore them at the first opportunity. The strategic situation that brought Rommel to North Africa was rooted in Italy's disastrous decision to invade Egypt from Libya in September of 1940. Benito Mussolini, seeking to match Germany's victories in Europe and expand Italy's colonial empire, had ordered an offensive that advanced 60 miles into Egypt before stalling near Sidi Barrani. The British response, Operation Compass, launched in December, had been devastating. General Richard O'Connor's Western Desert Force, outnumbering only 36,000 men with substantial Indian and Commonwealth contingents, had destroyed a much larger Italian army through superior training, leadership, and combined arms coordination. By February, British forces stood poised to capture Tripoli itself, which would have ended the Axis presence in North Africa entirely and given Britain control of the Mediterranean's southern shore. Germany could not afford this outcome, both because it would compromise the strategic position in the Mediterranean and because allowing Italy's complete defeat would undermine the Axis partnership. Hence, Rommel's deployment with the nucleus of what would become the Afrika Korps, sent not to win a campaign but to prevent a catastrophe. Rommel spent his first days in Africa in constant motion, by flying over the terrain in requisitioned Italian aircraft and driving through the coastal regions in whatever vehicles could be found, studying the ground with the same intensity he had once applied to the forests of the Argonne and the mountains of Italy. The North African desert presented challenges unlike anything in his experience. Visibility extended to the horizon in clear weather, navigation required compass and map in featureless terrain, concealment depended on understanding subtle variations in ground level and color rather than using forests or buildings. Water was scarce and precious, mechanical equipment required constant maintenance against sand infiltration, and temperature extremes ranged from 110 degrees in summer days to near freezing at night. But yet Rommel also recognized tactical opportunities in this environment. The absence of forests and towns meant that terrain did not channel movement. Armies could maneuver across vast frontages rather than being constrained to roads. The extreme visibility meant that deception and speed mattered more than in European theaters, that whoever moved faster and maintained better situational awareness would control the battle's tempo. In a letter to Lucy, dated the 20th of February, he wrote, "It is like fighting on the ocean. No anchors, nothing static, everything fluid." The comparison revealed his emerging understanding that desert warfare would resemble naval warfare more than the land campaigns he had known. The first German units began arriving on the 24th of February, elements of the 5th Light Division. Da later redesignated 21st Panzer Division, disembarking at Tripoli with approximately 150 tanks and 9,000 men. Rommel immediately ordered a deception operation, having the same tanks driven repeatedly past observation points where Italian soldiers and potential enemy agents might see them, creating the illusion of greater strength than actually existed. He also ordered construction of wooden dummy tanks mounted on Volkswagen chassis, positioned where aerial reconnaissance might photograph them. British intelligence began reporting substantial German reinforcements based on these sightings, and the psychological effect was immediate. British commanders began reconsidering their advance toward Tripoli, worried about encountering stronger opposition than expected. When the deception succeeded beyond Rommel's expectations, buying time for actual German strength to build while making the enemy more cautious. It was a classic application of the principle that in warfare, enemy perception often matters more than objective reality, that making an opponent believe you are strong can have the same effect as actually being strong. By mid-March, Rommel had concluded that British forces in forward positions were weaker than intelligence reports suggested, that veteran units had been withdrawn for deployment to Greece where Germany was preparing to intervene, and that inexperienced replacement troops now held exposed positions across Cyrenaica. Against explicit orders to remain defensive, Rommel ordered what he termed a reconnaissance in force toward British positions at Sirte, essentially an attack that he deliberately mislabeled to provide plausible deniability if challenged by his superiors. On the 11th of March, German and Italian units probed British defenses and found them thin, achieving local successes in small-scale engagements. Rommel sent optimistic reports back to German high command, carefully downplaying the fact that he was violating his directive to avoid offensive action, emphasizing instead the opportunity that enemy weakness presented. His gamble was that success would be forgiven where failure would have been punished, that results mattered more than obedience to orders that he judged strategically mistaken. In the evenings after these initial probes, Rommel would sit outside his tent as the desert temperature plummeted, discussing the day's actions with his aide, Lieutenant Heinz Schmidt. Schmidt, who spoke English and handled intelligence matters, later recorded these conversations in his memoir, providing insight into how Rommel's tactical thinking evolved in this new environment. On one such evening in mid-March, Schmidt asked whether the open desert terrain might favor defensive operations, since attackers would be exposed across long distances without cover. Rommel's response revealed his emerging doctrine: only if the defender stays still. Here, mobility is everything. The side that moves faster decides faster, and maintains initiative will control the battle regardless of numbers or positions. He was adapting principles learned in the forests of France and mountains of Italy to this radically different landscape, recognizing that the fundamental dynamics of warfare, speed, surprise, dislocation of enemy command, remained constant even when the physical environment changed completely. Whether this adaptation would succeed against determined opposition remained untested, but Rommel's confidence was absolute. The desert environment imposed harsh physical demands on soldiers and equipment alike. German troops arriving in uniforms designed for European weather suffered immediately from heat, sun exposure, and dehydration. Water requirements were approximately 1 gallon per man per day minimum, more during summer and active operations, and water had to be transported hundreds of miles from coastal sources. Vehicles broke down constantly as sand infiltrated engines, transmissions, and mechanical systems, requiring maintenance procedures that no German training had addressed. Food supplies became monotonous and often inadequate. German rations consisted primarily of black bread and tinned meat that frequently spoiled in the heat. Medical challenges included dysentery, skin infections from sand and insects, and heat casualties that could incapacitate men as effectively as enemy fire. Rommel himself suffered from the environmental conditions, developing the chronic intestinal problems that would plague him throughout the African campaign, but characteristically refused to allow physical discomfort to slow his operational pace. By late March, Rommel had assembled sufficient forces and gathered enough intelligence about British dispositions to consider a major offensive, despite his orders limiting him to defensive operations. He recognized that military logic favored attack. The British were vulnerable, German strength was building, and waiting would only allow the British to reinforce and prepare. But he also recognized that attacking meant explicitly violating orders from German high command and taking personal responsibility for the consequences. His decision to attack anyway revealed both his strengths and limitations as a commander. His strength lay in his ability to assess tactical and operational situations accurately and act decisively when he identified opportunity. His limitation lay in his tendency to prioritize immediate tactical advantage over strategic coordination, to trust his own judgment over that of superiors who possessed broader knowledge of overall war planning, and to believe that success justified disobedience. This pattern, tactical brilliance paired with strategic insubordination, would define his entire North African campaign. Before launching his offensive, Rommel experienced a moment of unexpected revelation about his opponents. After a skirmish in mid-March where Australian troops fought stubbornly despite being outnumbered, he wrote in his tactical diary, "These are not the French. They do not break easily." It was an acknowledgement that the enemy he faced in Africa would be fundamentally different from the demoralized French forces he had defeated so easily in 1940. British, Australian, South African, Indian, and New Zealand troops of the Commonwealth forces had proven their fighting quality in the First World War and retained a professional competence and fighting spirit that would not crumble under the kind of shock tactics that had worked so well in France. Rommel's respect for his opponents, unusual among German commanders of this period, was both genuine and professional. He understood that underestimating enemy capability was a fast path to defeat, that wars were won by commanders who assessed their opponents accurately rather than through wishful thinking or ideology. This realistic appraisal of enemy quality would serve him well in the coming campaigns, though it also meant he understood from the start that victories in Africa would be hard-won and temporary unless Germany committed resources sufficient to achieve decisive results. As March drew toward its close and Rommel prepared his offensive, the German military establishment back in Berlin and Rome remained largely unaware of his intentions. German high command believed their directive to remain defensive was being followed, that Rommel was consolidating positions around Tripoli while building strength for potential future operations. Italian commanders, nominally Rommel's superiors in the theater since operations were occurring in Italy's colonial territory, had grown accustomed to Rommel receiving their suggestions politely and then doing precisely what he had already decided to do. The stage was set for the offensive that would stun British commanders, vindicate Rommel's aggressive instincts, create the legend of the Desert Fox, and begin a 2-year campaign that would ultimately end in defeat, but would establish Rommel as one of the most famous military commanders of the Second World War. The desert awaited, vast and unforgiving, a proving ground where tactical genius would contend with logistical reality, where individual brilliance would struggle against material superiority, where the limits of excellence without adequate resources would be tested to destruction. Rommel stepped toward that test with characteristic confidence, certain of his capabilities and dismissive of constraints, the warrior eager for battle and certain that audacity would prevail over caution. Whether the desert would confirm or refute that certainty remained to be seen. Chapter 7. The First Dance, Attack and Siege. At 5 o'clock in the morning on the 31st of March, 1941, as false dawn began lighting the eastern sky over the Libyan desert southwest of El Agheila, Rommel's Afrika Korps, still only partially assembled with fewer than half its planned strength, began moving eastward in what German High Command had authorized as a limited reconnaissance, but what Rommel had decided would be a full offensive. He positioned himself in a forward command vehicle, navigating by compass and map through terrain that showed few distinguishing features, racing ahead of his main units in the pattern that would characterize his entire African command. British positions at Mersa Brega, and expected to be strongly held based on intelligence assessments, collapsed after only brief fighting when German units appeared where defenders had not anticipated attack. By noon, Rommel's forces had advanced 20 miles, capturing the town and taking prisoners who revealed that British strength in forward positions was even thinner than German reconnaissance had suggested. In Cairo, 800 miles to the east, General Archibald Wavell received intelligence reports that he initially dismissed as exaggerated. German forces were supposed to be months away from offensive capability, yet reports indicated they were advancing rapidly and in strength. Wavell checked his situation maps and confronted an uncomfortable reality. His best divisions had been withdrawn for deployment to Greece. The forward positions were now held by inexperienced troops spread thin across hundreds of miles, and between the German advance and the vital strategic objectives of Tobruk and Egypt, there was almost nothing capable of sustained resistance. The strategic context of Rommel's offensive revealed the cascading consequences of British strategic decisions made for sound reasons that nonetheless created vulnerability. Britain was fighting on multiple fronts with limited resources, attempting to defend interests in the Mediterranean, Middle East, and now Greece, where German intervention appeared imminent. The stunning success of Operation Compass against Italian forces had seemed to secure North Africa at modest cost, allowing Britain to shift resources to more threatened sectors. The 7th Australian Division and substantial armored units had been withdrawn from forward positions, replaced by the inexperienced 2nd Armored Division that was still learning desert warfare and the 9th Australian Division that was only beginning to arrive. This force distribution made operational sense given British strategic priorities, but created exactly the window of vulnerability that an aggressive opponent could exploit. Rommel, through a combination of accurate intelligence gathering and tactical intuition, recognized this opportunity and moved to exploit it before the window closed. Over the next 4 days, from the 2nd through the 5th of April, Rommel conducted a campaign of maneuver that recalled the Ghost Division's advances through France, but in radically different terrain. Rather than following the coastal road where British forces expected the advance, he sent units on a bold cross-country route through the desert interior, aiming to cut off British forces retreating from forward positions. The risks were substantial. Tanks could break down in unmapped terrain, units could become lost without visible landmarks for navigation, mechanical failures could strand entire columns in environments where heat and dehydration killed quickly. But the gamble succeeded. German forces appeared behind retreating British columns, sowing confusion throughout the British command structure and capturing vehicles, equipment, and prisoners. British 2nd Armored Division, attempting to cover the withdrawal, found itself engaged across multiple sectors without clear understanding of German strength or locations. Radio communications degraded into chaos as units reported contradictory information and commanders struggled to maintain situational awareness across vast distances. The psychological effect of German forces appearing unexpectedly in supposedly secure rear areas created the same kind of paralysis that had afflicted French forces in 1940, the sense that the enemy was everywhere and nowhere, that the situation had spun beyond control. On the 6th of April, in the confusion of the withdrawal, British generals Richard O'Connor and Philip Neame made a wrong turn during a night movement and drove directly into German positions, becoming prisoners of war before they fully understood what had happened. O'Connor, the brilliant commander who had orchestrated the destruction of Italian forces just months earlier, found himself a captive of the German general whose advance he had been trying to stop. When Rommel learned that his forces had captured the opposing commander, he was simultaneously elated by the operational success and respectful of the opponent. He met O'Connor briefly, treated him correctly according to military convention, and later wrote that O'Connor was a clever opponent whose capture was fortunate for German operations. The loss of O'Connor was psychologically devastating for British forces, removing from command the one general who had demonstrated ability to win decisively in desert warfare. His replacement commanders would take time to learn lessons O'Connor had already mastered, time that Rommel could exploit. By the 10th of April, German forces had reached Tobruk, the fortified port city that had been Italy's main logistics base before its capture by British forces in January. Tobruk's importance was primarily logistical. Its harbor could handle substantial tonnage, and if captured intact, it would dramatically shorten Rommel's supply lines, allowing him to sustain operations deep into Egypt. The city was now defended by the Australian 9th Division under General Leslie Morshead, along with British units, totaling approximately 25,000 troops behind fortifications the Italians had constructed and the British had improved. Rommel, maintaining the momentum that had characterized his entire offensive, ordered an immediate assault rather than investing in a deliberate siege. The attack failed. Australian defenders fought with determination and skill, not using the fortifications effectively and inflicting significant German casualties. Rommel ordered a second assault. It also failed, stopped by coordinated defense in depth that made penetration too costly to sustain. After 2 days of unsuccessful attacks, Rommel recognized that Tobruk would not fall to hasty assault, and that continuing to batter against prepared defenses would waste strength needed elsewhere. He ordered a siege surrounding the city while continuing his advance toward Egypt with other units. The siege of Tobruk that began in April would continue for 8 months, tying down German and Italian forces that could have been used elsewhere, consuming resources in static warfare that contradicted the mobile operations Rommel preferred, and providing the British with a fortified position behind Rommel's lines that could threaten his supply routes and serve as a base for breakout operations. The failure to capture Tobruk was Rommel's first significant reverse in Africa and revealed a critical limitation in his approach. His tactics excelled in mobile warfare, where surprise and speed could paralyze opponents. But when faced with prepared defenses held by determined troops, his impatience for results sometimes led to costly frontal attacks rather than the patience required for siege operations. The British recognized Tobruk's importance and committed to holding it, running supply convoys to the port at night when Axis air power was less effective, maintaining the garrison as a thorn in Rommel's position. Australian newspapers celebrated the Rats of Tobruk, defending against the famous German general, creating a narrative of defiant resistance that was both accurate and psychologically valuable. By the 13th of April, German forces had pushed to the Egyptian frontier at Sollum and captured Halfaya Pass, the key route through the coastal escarpment. In less than 2 weeks, Rommel had advanced over 400 miles, retaken all of Cyrenaica except for besieged Tobruk, and reached the position from which any advance into Egypt would be launched. The speed and scope of his achievement stunned observers on all sides. British commanders struggled to explain how their forward positions had collapsed so completely. German high command sent furious messages criticizing Rommel for exceeding his orders, while ignoring the directive to remain defensive and creating an exposed position that might be difficult to sustain. Rommel's response was characteristically unapologetic. The enemy had been weak, opportunity had demanded exploitation, and his forces now held positions that defensive caution would never have achieved. His argument was that success justified the means, that results mattered more than obedience to orders given by superiors who did not understand the tactical situation. The logistical reality underlying Rommel's spectacular advance was precarious in ways that would become increasingly apparent. Every gallon of fuel, every artillery shell, every replacement part, every ration had to be shipped from Europe to Tripoli, then trucked over 400 miles to forward positions at the Egyptian frontier. A tank operating at El Agala consumed fuel that had traveled over 1,000 miles by ship and vehicle to reach it. The longer the supply line, the more trucks and fuel were consumed simply maintaining the flow of supplies, leaving less available for actual operations. British naval and air forces based in Malta were beginning to attack Axis convoys crossing the Mediterranean with increasing effectiveness, sinking transport ships and forcing others to ports where unloading capacity was limited. By mid-April, Afrika Korps was already operating on the edge of logistical sustainability, able to maintain current positions but lacking the reserves necessary for sustained offensive operations. Rommel's quartermaster officers were reporting that fuel stocks allowed for approximately 10 days of intensive combat operations before exhaustion. Pinda that ammunition reserves were adequate for defensive operations, but not for major attacks, and that the vehicle fleet was suffering maintenance problems that exceeded repair capacity. These logistical warnings would prove prophetic, but in the immediate aftermath of his stunning advance, Rommel and his superiors focused on the tactical achievement rather than the sustainability question. Adolf Hitler's reaction to Rommel's unauthorized offensive evolved rapidly from fury to pleasure once the scope of success became clear. Initially, the Führer was angry that explicit orders had been disobeyed, concerned that German forces might be drawn into a North African commitment that would divert resources from planned operations against the Soviet Union. But propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels recognized the publicity value of Rommel's victories and began featuring him prominently in German newsreels and press coverage. The Desert Fox nickname, actually coined by English-language media but quickly adopted in Germany, began appearing in international press, creating the image of Rommel as a brilliant, almost romantic military figure. Hitler, always sensitive to propaganda opportunities, shifted from anger to approval, recognizing that Rommel had become Germany's most famous active commander, and that his successes in Africa provided a counterweight to the grim attritional warfare developing on other fronts. This attention was professionally beneficial for Rommel in the short term, but would ultimately prove constraining. He became too valuable as a propaganda asset to risk losing. while simultaneously being required to achieve results that propaganda could celebrate regardless of whether strategic circumstances made those results achievable. As April turned to May and the desert heat began building toward summer intensity, Rommel stood at the peak of immediate success, but the beginning of longer-term difficulties. He had achieved a remarkable operational victory through tactical skill, aggressive execution, and exploitation of enemy weakness. He had demonstrated that the principles he had developed in earlier campaigns applied to desert warfare with modifications for the unique environment. He had earned Hitler's favor, Goebbels' promotion, and international recognition as a commander of exceptional ability. But he had also advanced into a strategic position that was fundamentally unsustainable without resources Germany could not or would not provide, fighting an enemy that possessed the industrial capacity to replace losses while he could not, holding territory that required constant supply through sea lanes the enemy could interdict. The contradictions inherent in his situation, tactical success creating strategic vulnerability, immediate achievement masking long-term impossibility, would define the rest of his North African campaign. The Desert Fox had announced himself with spectacular effect. Whether he could sustain that success or would be trapped by it remained the question that would be answered over the next 2 years in the vast arena of the North African desert. For now, in late April of 1941, but he could savor success and believe that audacity and tactical skill would prove sufficient. The desert, patient and unforgiving, would eventually teach him otherwise. Chapter 8. Knife's Edge, Defense and Stalemate. On the 15th of June, 1941, at precisely 5:50 in the morning, as the sun rose over the Egyptian-Libyan frontier, British Matilda tanks of the 4th Royal Tank Regiment advanced toward German positions at Halfaya Pass in Operation Battle Axe. Prime Minister Winston Churchill's ordered offensive to relieve besieged Tobruk and drive Rommel's forces back from the Egyptian border. The British tankers could see German fortifications ahead, concrete positions around the strategic pass that controlled access through the coastal escarpment, but what they could not see were the concealed 88mm anti-aircraft guns that Rommel had repositioned for anti-tank defense, dug into hull-down positions in ravines and behind ridges where they commanded the approach routes. At 6:02, the first Matilda crested the rise into the killing ground Rommel had prepared, its turret traversing to acquire targets. At 6:03, an 88mm round struck it squarely, punching through the thick frontal armor that had been designed to resist standard anti-tank weapons, penetrating the fighting compartment and detonating ammunition. The tank exploded, its turret lifting off in the characteristic signature of catastrophic kill. Within 30 minutes, 11 Matildas were burning wrecks scattered across the approaches to the pass, their crews dead or wounded, while the survivors withdrawing in shock from the unexpected intensity of German defensive fire. British soldiers immediately renamed the position Hellfire Pass, and the name would stick throughout the campaign as testimony to the effectiveness of Rommel's defensive preparations. The transition from offensive to defensive operations represented a fundamental shift in Rommel's operational situation and revealed capabilities that complemented his more famous aggressive tactics. After reaching the Egyptian frontier in April, Rommel faced British forces that were being reinforced and reorganized, preparing their own offensive to reverse German gains. His task was now to defend positions that he had captured through mobile operations, to create defensive systems that could withstand British attacks backed by superior numbers and resources. This required different thinking than the offensive operations that had made him famous, patience rather than speed, preparation rather than improvisation, creating killing zones that channeled enemy attacks into prepared fire rather than seeking opportunities for maneuver. Rommel adapted to these requirements with the same tactical creativity he had shown in attack, personally supervising anti-tank gun placements, creating dummy positions to draw fire while real weapons remained hidden, and positioning his limited armored reserves to counterattack any penetrations rather than defending from static positions. His concept was what he termed active defense, inviting the enemy to attack where German positions were strongest, destroying attacking forces through superior tactics and weapon employment, then counterattacking weakened enemies. The first British attempt to dislodge German forces came with Operation Brevity in mid-May, a limited offensive with modest forces that briefly captured Halfaya Pass before Rommel's immediate counterattack retook it. The three-day engagement demonstrated that both sides possessed limited offensive capability. British could not break through prepared German defenses, but Rommel lacked the strength for decisive counteroffensive that would drive the British back into Egypt. The result was tactical stalemate where neither side could achieve operational breakthrough, a situation that theoretically favored the British since time allowed them to build up forces while Rommel's supply situation deteriorated. Throughout late May, Rommel prepared defensive positions in anticipation of the larger British offensive he knew was coming, focusing particular attention on Halfaya Pass and Fort Capuzzo, where he expected the main attacks would fall. On the 27th of May, Rommel personally oversaw anti-tank gun deployments, positioning 88mm guns in interlocking fields of fire while creating dummy positions with stakes and camouflage netting to deceive British reconnaissance. His artillery commander, Colonel Friedrich Böttcher, described the defensive concept as an active defense where German positions invited attack at locations where defenders held every advantage. The 88mm gun, originally designed as anti-aircraft weapon, had proven devastatingly effective against tanks when employed in direct fire role. Its high-velocity rounds could penetrate any British tank armor at ranges exceeding 2,000 yards. While British 2-pounder anti-tank guns struggled to damage German tanks even at close range. This technical advantage, properly exploited through careful positioning and fields of fire, could offset British numerical superiority. Rommel's defensive preparations showed the same attention to terrain and tactical detail that had characterized his offensive operations, the ability to visualize how battle would develop and position forces to exploit enemy mistakes. Operation Battle Axe, launched on the 15th of June with over 180 tanks and substantial infantry and artillery support, represented Britain's most serious attempt yet to defeat Rommel and relieve Tobruk. The operations plan called for simultaneous attacks at multiple points: Halfaya Pass, Fort Capuzzo, Din, and positions further south, aiming to penetrate German defenses and drive toward Tobruk. The opening attacks met prepared German positions, and the battle that developed over 3 days demonstrated both the effectiveness of Rommel's defensive tactics and the limitations of British armored doctrine. At Halfaya Pass, the opening disaster set the tone. German anti-tank guns destroyed attacking British armor at ranges where British tanks could not effectively respond. At Fort Capuzzo, seesaw fighting developed as positions changed hands multiple times, each side counterattacking when the other seemed to gain advantage, the battle degenerating into costly attrition. On the 17th of June, Rommel launched an armored counterattack that threatened to envelop British forces, prompting General Noel Beresford Pears, commanding the British operation, to order withdrawal to avoid being cut off and destroyed. Operation Battle Axe had failed, costing Britain 91 tanks destroyed versus 12 German tanks lost, a casualty exchange ratio of nearly 8-1 in Rommel's favor. The failure of Battle Axe had immediate political consequences in London. Winston Churchill, who had pressed for offensive action despite warnings from commanders in Egypt about inadequate preparation, was furious at the result and relieved General Archibald Wavell, replacing him with General Claude Auchinleck as Commander-in-Chief Middle East Command. Wavell had overseen both the stunning success of Operation Compass against Italian forces and the subsequent setbacks as Rommel's arrival changed the campaign's character. And while historians would later judge his relief as harsh, it reflected Churchill's frustration that a smaller German force was consistently outfighting larger British armies. The command change signaled British determination to solve what Churchill termed the Rommel problem, the challenge of defeating a commander who seemed to win regardless of numerical disadvantages. For Rommel, Wavell's dismissal was professional validation. He had forced the enemy to change commanders, always a sign that an opponent had proven effective beyond what the enemy could tolerate. But beneath the surface of tactical victory, strategic problems were accumulating. On the 22nd of June, Germany launched Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union with over 3 million troops in the largest military operation in history. This changed everything for Rommel's campaign. North Africa was now definitively a secondary theater. Reinforcements, supplies, air support, and strategic attention would flow to the Eastern Front, where Germany's fate would be decided. Rommel would receive minimal additional resources beyond what was already committed, forcing him to conduct operations with inadequate means against an enemy whose resources were growing. In late June, when Rommel received intelligence reports about Barbarossa's launch, his chief of staff found him staring at maps that evening and heard him say quietly, "We are on our own now. Everything we do must be with what we already have." The comment revealed his recognition that the strategic context had shifted fundamentally against him. He added that the spectacular successes of April had been achieved under conditions that no longer existed, and that future operations would be increasingly constrained by resources that were not arriving. The Mediterranean supply war was entering a phase that would prove decisive for the North African campaign. British naval and air forces based in Malta were intensifying their attacks on Axis convoy routes, sinking transport ships with increasing regularity. In June of 1941, approximately 20% of supplies shipped to Libya were sunk en route, a loss rate that would grow steadily worse as Malta-based forces became more effective. For every tank, truck, artillery piece, or crate of ammunition that reached Tripoli, the Axis was losing substantial tonnage to British interdiction. The supplies that did arrive then faced the 400-mile journey to forward positions, consuming fuel and vehicle capacity just to maintain the supply line. Rommel's quartermaster officers were reporting chronic shortages across all categories: fuel, ammunition, spare parts, food, medical supplies, shortages that limited operational options and forced constant trade-offs between competing priorities. These logistical constraints would increasingly define what Rommel could and could not do, making his tactical brilliance less relevant as the material arithmetic turned against him. Throughout the summer of 1941, as Tobruk's siege continued without resolution and both sides prepared for the next round of major operations, the Desert Campaign settled into a pattern that would characterize it for the next year. Seesaw battles where tactical victories by either side could not be converted into strategic decision, where gains measured in miles could not compensate for losses in men and equipment that one side could replace and the other could not. Rommel maintained his aggressive patrolling and small-scale attacks, keeping British forces off balance and preventing them from concentrating undisturbed for major offensives. British forces gradually built up strength, receiving American-supplied tanks, including the new Grant model, with more effective guns, preparing for the offensive that would eventually come in November. The daily routine of desert warfare continued. Patrol actions, air attacks, artillery exchanges, and the constant attrition of men and machines to combat an environment. The human cost of operations often disappeared beneath the focus on tactical outcomes and strategic implications, but it remained real for the soldiers experiencing it. German and Italian troops holding positions through the summer faced temperatures exceeding 110 degrees Fahrenheit, chronic water shortages, inadequate rations, disease, and the grinding stress of combat interrupted by boredom. British and Commonwealth forces endured similar conditions while preparing offensives and maintaining the Tobruk garrison. Letters home from soldiers on both sides described the desert's particular miseries: the sand that infiltrated everything, the flies and insects, the skin diseases and dysentery, the way heat made simple tasks exhausting, the constant mechanical failures that turned vehicle maintenance into a full-time occupation. These were not the dramatic battles that filled newspaper coverage, but the daily reality that defined soldiers' experience, the background against which tactical decisions were executed and strategic objectives pursued. By September of 1941, 6 months after Rommel's arrival in Africa, the campaign had reached a kind of equilibrium. Rommel held positions from the Egyptian frontier to western Cyrenaica, besieging Tobruk but unable to capture it. British forces held defensive positions inside Egypt and garrisoned Tobruk, preparing for offensive operations but not yet ready to launch them. Both sides had learned that the other would not break easily, that victories would be tactical and temporary rather than strategic and decisive, that the desert war would be long and attritional rather than short and conclusive. Rommel remained tactically effective, his defensive operations at Halfaya Pass and Fort Capuzzo demonstrating that his capabilities extended beyond the offensive operations that had made him famous. But the larger strategic picture was turning against him in ways that tactical skill could not remedy. The resource imbalance was growing, the supply interdiction was intensifying, and the strategic attention of both sides was shifting to other theaters where the war's outcome would actually be decided. The Desert Fox remained dangerous and respected by his opponents, but he was increasingly fighting a campaign whose strategic significance was declining while its resource demands remained constant. The question was no longer whether he could win decisively, but how long he could sustain an operationally effective defense against enemies whose strength was growing while his remained static or declined. That question would receive its answer in the months ahead, in the battles that would finally turn the tide in North Africa irreversibly against the Axis. Chapter 9. The Pendulum Swings, Operation Crusader. On the 18th of November, 1941, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Lieutenant Colonel Siegfried Westphal stood in the operations tent of Afrika Corps headquarters near Sidi Rezeg, south of Tobruk, staring at a situation map covered with markers, many of them annotated with question marks because their information was hours old or contradictory. Operation Crusader, the British offensive that had launched the previous day, had thrown the entire sector into confusion that neither side fully understood. Reports filtering back to headquarters were fragmentary and often contradictory. British tanks here, maybe. New Zealand infantry advancing there. Or were those South Africans? Dust storms obscuring aerial reconnaissance, radio communications intermittent, unit commanders reporting contact with enemy forces, but uncertain of strength or direction. Westphal had served in Russia and France, had experienced confusion before, but this was different. The battle had no front line, no flanks, just units appearing and disappearing across hundreds of square miles of featureless desert. When Rommel arrived at 6:30, Westphal attempted to brief him on the situation, spreading his hands over the map in a gesture of uncertainty. Rommel studied the map for several minutes, then said simply, "We do not know where they all are, so we find them and hit them, and then we move." It was audacity replacing clarity, tactical instinct substituting for operational understanding, the commander choosing action over analysis because the situation's complexity defied conventional assessment. The British Eighth Army that launched Operation Crusader represented Britain's most serious commitment yet to North African operations. Over 700 tanks, more than 100,000 troops, overwhelming artillery and air support, supplied through secure lines running back to Egypt and ultimately to British industry and American aid. The operational plan aimed to relieve Tobruk, destroy Rommel's armored forces in mobile battle, and drive Axis forces back across Cyrenaica. Against this British force, Rommel commanded approximately 100,000 troops, including Italian units of variable quality, fewer than 400 tanks split between German and Italian formations, limited air support, and a supply situation that grew more precarious weekly as Malta-based British forces sank increasing percentages of Axis convoys. The numerical balance clearly favored Britain, but the campaign's outcome would depend on whether British commanders could coordinate their superior forces effectively or whether Rommel's tactical skill could defeat them piecemeal. The phase of Crusader, from the 18th through the 20th of November, developed into the kind of confused mobile battle that Rommel handled better than most opponents. British armored divisions advancing from Egypt initially moved undetected in bad weather, achieving surprise that should have been decisive. When contact occurred on the 19th near Sidi Rezeg airfield, fighting erupted across multiple sectors simultaneously as British and German units encountered each other in the vast desert spaces. Tank battles developed where neither side held clear advantage, both suffering losses, neither achieving the clean breakthrough that plans had envisioned. By nightfall on the 20th, both headquarters struggled to understand what was happening. Unit locations uncertain, casualty reports incomplete, the battle's scope and direction unclear. This operational fog would have paralyzed commanders who needed perfect information before acting, but it was precisely the kind of situation where Rommel's willingness to act on partial information and tactical intuition gave him advantage. The 23rd of November became known in Afrika Korps history as Totensonntag, Death Sunday, for the intensity and cost of the day's fighting. Mass tank battles developed around Sidi Rezeg as both sides committed reserves attempting to achieve decision. The 5th South African Brigade, attempting to hold positions southwest of Tobruk, was overrun in fighting where German tanks and infantry broke through defenses in close-quarters combat that left over 3,000 South Africans killed or captured. British accounts describe the fighting as approaching medieval intensity at points, and as tanks engaging at ranges where crews could see each other through vision slits, infantry positions overrun in fighting where surrender or death were the only options. A South African officer's diary entry, recovered after the battle, described the day simply, "This was butchery, not warfare, and God help us all." By day's end, British forces had lost approximately 300 tanks to mechanical failure, combat damage, and destruction, while German losses approached 70 tanks, a casualty exchange that looked favorable for Germany until the crucial difference became apparent. Britain could replace its losses from reserves and production, while Germany could not. On the 24th of November, in one of his most controversial decisions of the North African campaign, Rommel personally led his armored forces on what became known as the Dash to the Wire, a raid deep into British rear areas toward the Egyptian frontier, attempting to cut supply lines and create panic that would force British forces to withdraw. The concept was tactically bold and strategically questionable, the kind of aggressive move that had succeeded in April when British morale was brittle, but that now faced a more resilient enemy. Rommel drove his tanks east, bypassing British positions, creating confusion in rear areas, personally leading from his command vehicle in the pattern that was simultaneously his greatest strength and most dangerous weakness. For 2 days, German tanks ranged across areas British had considered secure, but the strategic effect was negligible. British command held steady, did not recall forward forces. Mata recognized the raid for what it was and continued their offensive operations. Rommel's own supply situation worsened as his tanks consumed fuel racing across empty desert, and after 48 hours, he was forced to turn back, having accomplished little except exhausting his remaining armor. Post-war assessments would call the raid Rommel's greatest mistake of the campaign, a moment when tactical audacity divorced from strategic necessity wasted strength needed for more important purposes. By the 4th of December, the operational situation had clarified into unavoidable reality. British pressure was unsustainable. German tank strength had declined to levels that could no longer contest British operations effectively. Ammunition and fuel reserves were critically low, and the Tobruk garrison was breaking out to link with relieving forces. Rommel recognized that continuing to hold positions around Tobruk would result in his forces being encircled and destroyed, that tactical stubbornness would accomplish nothing except losing the army. He ordered withdrawal, first to Gazala, and then, when British pressure continued, all the way back to El Agheila, where his offensive had begun in March. The withdrawal was conducted with skill. Rear guards fought, delaying actions that slowed British pursuit. Equipment was saved where possible. Forces remained cohesive rather than dissolving into rout. But skilled withdrawal was still withdrawal, a recognition that the battle was lost and positions could not be held. In 8 months, Rommel had advanced 400 miles, besieged Tobruk without success, and was now retreating to where he had started, with all the territorial gains erased by an enemy whose material superiority had finally told despite his tactical skill. On the 8th of December, from his temporary headquarters at El Agheila, Rommel wrote to Lucy with unusual candor, "We have been pushed back to where we started, not through defeat in combat, but through numbers. They have more of everything: tanks, fuel, men, supplies. Courage cannot overcome arithmetic indefinitely." It was the most explicit acknowledgement yet that tactical excellence could not compensate for material disadvantage, that individual brilliance had limits when confronting systematic superiority in resources. That same day, news reached Africa that Japan had attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor and that the United States was now formally entering the war. For Rommel, this meant that the resource imbalance he faced would grow worse, not better. American industrial capacity would flow to Britain while Germany's resources were consumed in the vast attritional struggle on the Eastern Front. The strategic trajectory was clear to anyone willing to see it honestly, though Rommel would continue to fight for another year and a half with characteristic determination and skill. The human cost of Operation Crusader provided context often lost in tactical analysis. British Commonwealth forces suffered approximately 18,000 casualties and lost 278 tanks destroyed or abandoned during the 6-week campaign. Axis forces suffered approximately 38,000 casualties, many of them Italian prisoners, and lost 340 tanks. The casualty exchange slightly favored British, but more importantly, British could replace their losses while Rommel could not. Behind these numbers were individuals, tank crews burned alive in vehicles that became death traps when hit, infantry killed by artillery they never saw, soldiers dying of wounds in field hospitals that lacked adequate supplies, men captured and beginning years of imprisonment, families receiving telegrams that transformed lives permanently. The generals moved markers on maps and wrote after-action reports. But the soldiers paid the cost in suffering that statistics could enumerate but never fully convey. During the withdrawal through the battlefield at Sidi Rezeg in early December, Rommel's column passed areas where the November fighting had been heaviest. Bodies from both sides still lay where they had fallen, our burial details not yet having reached these remote areas. Rommel ordered his column to halt for 30 minutes, while German graves registration units collected both German and British dead for burial. A British lieutenant who had been captured during the fighting and was being transported to prisoner camps watched this and later recorded the scene. Rommel walked among the bodies, ours and his, with his cap removed. I had not expected to see an enemy general treat our dead with respect. It was the strangest moment of the war for me, seeing the man who had just defeated us showing honor to our fallen. The incident reveals the complexity in Rommel's character, capable of ruthlessness in combat, but also observing certain codes of honor toward enemies, treating opponents with respect even while killing them. Whether this constituted genuine morality or merely the performance of honor within a fundamentally immoral enterprise remains one of the persistent questions about his character. On the 10th of December, advancing British forces linked with the Tobruk garrison, ending the 242-day siege that had begun in April. The Australian troops who had held Tobruk through the siege were evacuated, replaced by British units as the front moved westward. The relief of Tobruk was celebrated in Britain and throughout the Commonwealth as a significant victory, proof that Rommel could be defeated, that the mystique of the Desert Fox was not invincible. For Australia particularly, the Tobruk defense became a source of national pride, the Rats of Tobruk entering Australian military tradition as exemplars of courage and determination. So the strategic value of holding Tobruk had been significant. It tied down Axis forces, prevented use of the port for Axis supply, and provided a base for offensive operations. But it had also cost the garrison and the relief operations thousands of casualties and enormous resources that might have been used elsewhere. As 1941 drew toward its close and Rommel's forces consolidated at El Agheila, The North African campaign had reached another temporary equilibrium, this one more clearly favoring Britain than previous stalemates. Rommel had lost all the territory his April offensive had gained, his forces were depleted and inadequately supplied, and his strategic position was worse than when he had arrived in February. But he retained tactical competence and a coherent force. His reputation remained formidable enough to make British commanders cautious, and he still possessed the ability to exploit enemy mistakes when opportunities appeared. The pendulum had swung toward Britain, but whether it would swing back or continue in the same direction depended on decisions yet to be made, resources yet to arrive or fail to arrive, and battles yet to be fought. For soldiers on both sides, the campaign's continuation meant more months of desert warfare's particular miseries, more battles where outcomes depended on small advantages exploited or opportunities missed, more casualties accumulating toward totals that would eventually force political and strategic decisions. The desert waited, patient and indifferent, ready to test both sides again when spring returned and operations resumed. Neither army had won decisively, neither had lost irretrievably, and both prepared for the next round in a campaign whose duration no one could predict, and whose outcome remained uncertain despite the growing imbalance in resources and capabilities. Chapter 10. Triumph in Mirage, the Gazala Battles and Fall of Tobruk. At 8 o'clock on the evening of the 26th of May, 1942, as darkness fell over the Libyan desert south of Gazala, Rommel's combined German-Italian army began moving. 560 tanks, 10,000 vehicles, stretching in columns for miles, navigating by stars and compass in a vast flanking movement around the southern end of British fortifications. The plan was audacious even by Rommel's standards: swing the entire mobile force through territory British considered too far south to defend, appear behind British lines at dawn, and destroy British armor before it could concentrate for coordinated response. At 8th Army Headquarters 100 miles east, General Neil Ritchie reviewed intelligence summaries before retiring for the evening. The summaries indicated German preparations for offensive operations, but expected a frontal attack against British positions, not the Great Wheeling Movement actually underway. Ritchie slept soundly, while thousands of Axis vehicles moved through darkness toward positions his forces would discover at dawn. In 72 hours, the battle would hang in genuine uncertainty, Rommel's situation desperate and his forces nearly trapped. But 3 weeks after that, he would capture Tobruk in a stunning victory that would earn him promotion to field marshal and bring him to the peak of his fame and closest approach to strategic success. The Gazala battles would demonstrate his tactical mastery at its apex, and also reveal the fundamental pattern that would define his entire North African experience: tactical brilliance, achieving temporary success that created conditions for eventual strategic failure. The British defensive position at Gazala represented months of preparation and substantial engineering effort, a line of fortified boxes stretching 40 miles from the Mediterranean coast southward into the desert, connected by minefields and covered by artillery, defended by 8th Army's full strength of over 110,000 men and 850 tanks. The southern anchor point at Bir Hachaim was held by Free French forces under General Pierre Koenig, considered the position's weak point because it was the most isolated and furthest from support. British planning assumed any German offensive would attack frontally or attempt limited envelopment through the southern sector, scenarios against which the Gazala position was designed to defend. What British planning did not adequately consider was that Rommel might attempt an operational-level envelopment with his entire mobile force, accepting risks to achieve strategic surprise. This conceptual failure to imagine what Rommel might do, rather than what doctrine suggested he should do, would prove costly. The initial phase of Rommel's offensive, from the 27th through the 30th of May, had developed into chaos that threatened disaster. German armor appeared behind British lines as planned, but encountered unexpectedly strong resistance from British tanks, including the new Grant models mounting 75mm guns effective against German armor. Fighting through the 27th and 28th cost both sides heavily, and by evening of the 28th, Rommel's position was genuinely desperate. British forces to his east, his starting positions to the west, now separated by distance and minefields, supplies running low, casualties mounting. He formed defensive positions in an area that became known as the Cauldron, approximately 10 miles across, surrounded by minefields to the west and British forces to the east and north. For 3 days, the battle's outcome hung in balance. Rommel's forces potentially trapped and destroyable if British attacked with coordination and determination. Rommel personally led counterattacks when British armor probed his positions, his command vehicle moving between sectors, his presence steadying German troops who understood they were in desperate circumstances. What saved Rommel and transformed near disaster into victory was the combination of British tactical errors and his own defensive skill. British commanders, holding overwhelming advantages in tanks and position, attacked piecemeal rather than in coordinated assaults that would have overwhelmed German defenses. Tank units committed without infantry and artillery support were channeled onto German anti-tank screens positioned in depth, through where 88mm and 50mm anti-tank guns destroyed British tanks at favorable exchange ratios. Over 5 days from the 31st of May through the 5th of June, British armor was ground down in costly attacks that achieved local penetrations but not decisive breakthrough. By the 5th, British tank strength had declined from over 800 to fewer than 200 operational, while German losses, though significant, had been proportional, much less severe. Rommel broke out of the Cauldron on the 5th and pivoted north, rolling up British positions that could no longer be defended once armored support was destroyed. The Gazala line collapsed, British forces withdrew toward Egypt in confusion, and Rommel exploited relentlessly. The culmination of Rommel's offensive came on the 21st of June when he launched a direct assault on Tobruk, the fortress that had resisted him for 8 months the previous year. This time, rather than lengthy siege, he committed to immediate assault following intensive Luftwaffe bombing and artillery bombardment. German infantry and armor penetrated the perimeter during the morning. Fighting was fierce but brief, and by afternoon the garrison commander recognized his position was untenable and surrendered. 33,000 Commonwealth troops became prisoners. Enormous quantities of supplies and fuel fell into German hands intact, and the symbolic value of capturing the fortress that had defied him was immense. In Berlin, Adolf Hitler was ecstatic. Promoting Rommel to General Feldmarschall, Field Marshal, making him at age 50 the youngest German officer to hold that rank. In London, Winston Churchill was meeting with Franklin Roosevelt in Washington when he received news of Tobruk's fall, reportedly one of the most humiliating moments of his prime ministership. The international press covered Tobruk's capture extensively, cementing Rommel's reputation as Germany's most successful and famous field commander. The strategic decision that followed Tobruk's capture would prove one of the most consequential of the North African campaign. Rommel wanted to exploit immediately into Egypt while British forces were disorganized and demoralized, pursuing to Alexandria and possibly Cairo before the enemy could establish new defensive lines. Italian Comando Supremo and German High Command urged different course: consolidate positions, reduce British forces still holding out at isolated points, most importantly, capture Malta, whose British air and naval forces were devastating Axis supply convoys. The debate revealed fundamental disagreement about strategy. Rommel argued that momentum was fleeting, that British would recover if given time, that opportunity existed now that would not exist later. His superiors argued that logistics made Egyptian conquest impossible without first securing supply routes by neutralizing Malta. Adolf Hitler, riding high on victories in Russia and North Africa, authorized Rommel to continue into Egypt, overruling the more cautious council. It was the decision that would ultimately doom the African campaign. Rommel would advance into Egypt with inadequate supplies through sea routes he had not secured, extending into positions he could not sustain, achieving tactical success that created strategic vulnerability. By the 30th of June, after 10 days of pursuit across 350 miles of desert, Afrika Korps reached El Alamein, 70 miles from Alexandria, the closest German forces would come to the Suez Canal. But they arrived exhausted, with only 55 operational German tanks remaining from the hundreds that had begun the offensive. Fuel critically short, supplies inadequate, troops physically depleted by weeks of combat and movement. Some British forces had withdrawn to defensive positions at Alamein, where the Mediterranean coastline narrowed the desert to 40 miles between sea and the impassable Qattara Depression. No southern flank to turn, the kind of constrained terrain where Rommel's mobile tactics worked least effectively. Initial German attacks in early July achieved minor gains but not breakthrough. And as British resistance stiffened, Rommel recognized he had reached the limit of his advance. In a letter to Lucy dated the 2nd of July, he wrote, "We have taken Tobruk and reached Egypt. It should feel like victory, but I sense we have arrived at a trap." His strategic instinct, so often acute at tactical level, Sheen was recognizing what his operational drive had obscured, that success had pushed him into a position from which extraction would be difficult, and where defeat was probable. The supplies captured at Tobruk, which had seemed so significant, provided less relief than hoped. British engineers had destroyed harbor facilities extensively before surrender, requiring weeks of repair before the port could handle significant tonnage. The captured British supplies included vast quantities of food, fuel, and ammunition, but also illuminated the material disparity between the combatants. German soldiers opening British supply dumps found thousands of tins of California peaches, canned bacon, chocolate bars, American supplies reaching British forces in quantity that demonstrated U.S. industrial capacity now flowing to Britain. At German rations remained black bread and tinned meat, often spoiled in the heat. Lieutenant Heinz Schmidt recorded in his diary, "We are fighting America's groceries. Their soldiers eat better than our officers. How do you win a war against an enemy whose supplies taste like this?" The food was small detail containing large truth. Germany was fighting opponents with industrial capacity it could not match, resource base it could not compete with, logistical depth it could not achieve. These realities would prove more decisive than tactical skill. The human cost of the Gazala campaign and capture of Tobruk provided perspective on the tactical narratives. British Commonwealth forces lost approximately 50,000 casualties, including the 33,000 captured at Tobruk, and 540 tanks destroyed or abandoned. White Axis forces lost approximately 3,360 casualties and 114 tanks destroyed, a favorable exchange ratio for Germany that masked the strategic reality that Britain could replace these losses while Germany could not. The prisoners captured at Tobruk faced years in POW camps in Canada, America, and Britain, their war over, but their survival reasonably assured. The dead remained in desert graves marked by temporary crosses, their families receiving telegrams that transformed the war from distant abstraction to immediate grief. The wounded filled hospitals in Cairo and Alexandria, some recovering to fight again, others evacuated to Britain or Dominion countries with injuries that would mark them permanently. Rommel's promotion to field marshal, while professionally gratifying, also revealed the propaganda dimension of his role. Goebbels's propaganda ministry had built Rommel into a hero figure representing German military excellence, the general who won against odds, the noble warrior knight fighting with honor in a war Germans could feel proud of, because North Africa seemed distant from the ideological brutality of the Eastern Front. This propaganda served regime purposes, but also created pressure on Rommel to achieve results that maintained the narrative, regardless of whether strategic circumstances made those results attainable. His fame made him valuable to the regime, but also made him a tool of purposes beyond military effectiveness. The field marshal's baton came with constraints as well as honor, fame's burden as well as its privileges. As July began, and both sides consolidated positions at El Alamein, the North African campaign stood at its turning point, though this was not yet apparent to participants. Rommel had achieved his greatest victory, reached his maximum penetration into Egypt, earned his highest rank and widest fame. But he had also advanced into positions he could not adequately supply, against an enemy that was growing stronger while he grew weaker, facing opponents who were learning from defeats while his own tactical methods were being studied and countered. The tide would turn at Alamein over the coming months, slowly and then decisively. But for now, in early July of 1942, the Desert Fox stood at the peak of success, looking toward Alexandria and believing that one more offensive might achieve decisive victory. The desert, patient and unforgiving, would teach him otherwise. And the mirage of triumph was beginning to dissolve into the reality of unsustainable positions and unwinnable strategic arithmetic. But that full recognition lay ahead, through more battles and more casualties, through defeats that would finally demonstrate what Rommel had periodically suspected, but never fully accepted: that tactical genius without adequate resources could delay but not prevent eventual defeat by enemies with superior means and unlimited time to correct mistakes and build overwhelming force. Chapter 11. The Tide Turns, Alamein and the Beginning of the End. On the 30th of August, 1942, at 10 o'clock in the evening, as darkness settled over the El Alamein position in Egypt, General Feldmarschall Erwin Rommel stood in his command vehicle studying maps by shielded lamplight. So suffering from chronic dysentery, low blood pressure, and the exhaustion of 3 months attempting to break through British defenses with inadequate resources. Tomorrow, he would launch what he knew might be his final offensive in North Africa, an attempt to outflank British positions south of the Alamein Ridge, using the same mobile tactics that had succeeded so spectacularly at Gazala. His forces had fewer than 200 operational German tanks, fuel reserves for perhaps 3 days of intensive operations, ammunition stocks that were adequate for defensive fighting but marginal for sustained attack, and troops worn down by months of combat and the desert's relentless physical demands. What Rommel did not know was that 20 miles east, Lieutenant General Bernard Law Montgomery, commanding 8th Army for just 2 weeks, had positioned his forces in depth precisely where Rommel planned to attack, had read Rommel's book and studied his patterns, and had prepared defenses specifically designed to counter the tactics that had made the Desert Fox famous. The Battle of Alam Halfa would last 4 days, end in Rommel's first clear tactical defeat in Africa, and mark the moment when the initiative passed permanently to the British. The period from early July through late August had been one of grinding frustration for Rommel. His initial attacks on the Alamein position in July, the first Battle of El Alamein, had achieved minor tactical successes, but no operational breakthrough. British forces under General Claude Auchinleck fought with determination and increasing skill, using defensive positions in depth, coordinated artillery fire, and the advantage of interior lines to shift forces rapidly between threatened sectors. Throughout July, Rommel's attacks pushed forward incrementally, captured ground measured in hundreds of yards, but could not achieve the breakthrough that would open routes to Alexandria and the Nile Delta. Each attack consumed fuel and ammunition his logistics could barely replace, eroded his tank strength through mechanical failure and combat loss, and depleted infantry units already under strength from months of campaigning. By the end of July, both armies had fought themselves to exhaustion without decisive result, but strategically, this stalemate favored Britain. Time allowed reinforcement while Rommel's position deteriorated. On the 13th of August, a significant command change occurred when Montgomery arrived in Cairo to assume command of 8th Army, replacing Auchinleck, who had been performing as both theater commander and army commander during the crisis. Montgomery was 54 years old, a career British Army officer who had commanded divisions in France in 1940 and possessed both confidence in his own judgment and skill at projecting certainty to subordinates. Within days of assuming command, he visited frontline units, reorganized command structures to clarify responsibilities, and began planning defensive operations based on detailed intelligence about German capabilities and probable intentions. When briefed that Rommel might attack at the end of August, Montgomery told his staff he knew where Rommel would attack, that British forces would be prepared, and that the attack would fail. This confidence, whether based on superior intelligence or simply on Montgomery's personality, began restoring Eighth Army morale that had been battered by months of retreats and defeats. The intelligence advantage Montgomery possessed was substantial and derived from sources Rommel never suspected. British signals intelligence, codenamed Ultra, had been decrypting German radio communications encrypted by Enigma machines since 1941, providing detailed knowledge of German supply situations, unit strengths, and sometimes operational intentions. By August of 1942, Ultra intercepts were giving British commanders in Egypt remarkably complete pictures of Rommel's difficulties, fuel shortages, ammunition levels, tank serviceability rates, even Rommel's health problems. Montgomery fought with advantages Rommel did not realize his opponent possessed, seeing the battlefield with clarity impossible for the German commander whose own intelligence capabilities were far more limited. This asymmetry in information, more than differences in tactical skill, would increasingly determine outcomes. The Battle of Alam Halfa opened on the night of the 30th of August, with Rommel's armored forces moving south around British positions, attempting the flanking maneuver that had succeeded at Gazala. But this time, British forces did not react with surprise or confusion. Montgomery kept his armor on Alam Halfa Ridge, defensive high ground dominating the approaches Rommel's attack would take, and waited for German forces to advance into prepared killing zones. On the 31st of August and 1st of September, German tanks pushed forward and encountered British defenses in depth, anti-tank guns positioned to channel attackers into concentrated fire zones, artillery pre-registered on approach routes, British armor holding positions rather than charging forward to meet the German advance. Rommel's attacks made limited progress, but at costs his depleted forces could not sustain. Tanks destroyed by anti-tank fire, fuel consumption exceeding the already inadequate supply, wounded accumulating faster than medical services could handle them. By the 2nd of September, with fuel critically short and no prospect of breakthrough, Rommel ordered withdrawal to starting positions. The attack had failed completely, achieving nothing except to expend resources Rommel could not replace. After the battle, sitting in his command post as Afrika Korps retreated to defensive positions, Rommel wrote a frank tactical assessment for German high command. The enemy had learned German methods and was no longer vulnerable to maneuver. British material superiority was overwhelming and growing. Continuing offensive operations would waste scarce resources without achieving results, and he recommended withdrawing from Egypt to Libya before British counteroffensive destroyed his army. The report was received in Berlin with anger and rejected. Adolf Hitler forbade any discussion of withdrawal, demanded that positions be held regardless of circumstances, and accused Rommel of defeatism. The exchange revealed the growing disconnect between military reality in Africa and political decision-making in Germany. These where Hitler increasingly substituted will for strategy and refused to acknowledge that situations existed where determination could not overcome material disadvantage. On the 23rd of September, Rommel's health, declining throughout the summer, reached the point where his physicians and staff insisted on medical evacuation. He was suffering from severe liver problems, chronic intestinal infections exacerbated by amoebic dysentery, dangerously low blood pressure, and exhaustion that no amount of rest in theater could remedy. He was ordered back to Germany for treatment, command passing temporarily to General Georg Stumme. As Rommel boarded the aircraft at Tobruk for the flight home, he looked back at the desert where he had fought for 18 months, winning spectacular victories and suffering increasing defeats. He told his aide, Lieutenant Alfred Berndt, "I do not think I will see it again, and if I do, it will not be ours anymore." The comment revealed his recognition that the campaign was lost, that tactical skill could not overcome the resource imbalance, and that his return would be to witness defeat rather than achieve victory. His instinct was correct. When he returned to Africa 2 months later, it would be to command the final retreat. The strategic situation by autumn of 1942 had turned decisively against the Axis in North Africa. British forces were receiving massive reinforcements, over 300 American Sherman tanks with 75mm guns effective against German armor, hundreds of new 6-pounder anti-tank guns, fresh divisions from Britain, overwhelming air superiority as American aircraft joined Royal Air Force squadrons. Axis forces were receiving minimal supplies. Sea transport across the Mediterranean was being sunk by Malta-based aircraft and submarines, at rates exceeding 50% some months. Ports lacked capacity to handle what did arrive, and the truck fleet was deteriorating faster than maintenance could address. By October, Afrika Korps was receiving less than half its minimum fuel requirements. Ammunition reserves were adequate only for defensive operations, and food supplies were so inadequate that units were supplementing rations with captured British stocks. The logistical mathematics made continued resistance possible, but offensive operations or sustained defense impossible. The human dimension of this period appeared in the letters soldiers wrote home and in the medical records documenting the physical toll of desert warfare. German soldiers at Alamein in September were suffering from malnutrition, vitamin deficiencies that caused skin problems and compromised immune systems, heat casualties despite summer's end, and the psychological strain of knowing they faced overwhelming enemy superiority with no prospect of adequate support. Morale remained surprisingly resilient. German military culture emphasized discipline and professional competence. Soldiers trusted their immediate officers and believed in their tactical superiority even when acknowledging strategic disadvantage. But beneath the maintained discipline was recognition that the situation was deteriorating, that home was impossibly distant, and that the war in Africa might not end favorably. British and Commonwealth soldiers, reinforced and resupplied, felt the momentum shifting in their favor, but also recognized that Rommel remained dangerous, that German soldiers fought with skill and determination, and that the coming battles would be costly regardless of ultimate outcome. Montgomery spent September and early October methodically preparing the offensive he would launch at the end of October, amassing material superiority so overwhelming that victory would depend on execution rather than operational art. He gathered over 1,000 tanks, 200,000 troops, 1,000 artillery pieces, and total air superiority, creating force ratios that exceeded 3-to-1 in most categories. His plan emphasized attritional warfare rather than operational maneuver. British forces would break through German positions by concentrated firepower and sustained pressure, accepting casualties to inflict irreplaceable losses on an enemy that could not regenerate strength. It was industrial warfare, using material superiority to grind down opponents, the opposite of Rommel's emphasis on mobile operations and tactical creativity. Montgomery recognized that he did not need to outmaneuver Rommel. He simply needed to outlast him, to accept that some battles would be won not by brilliance, but by arithmetic. In early October, with Rommel still in Germany recovering, preliminary British attacks tested Axis defenses and found them formidable but brittle. Well-constructed positions held by depleted units, minefields, extensive but known in detail through patrol actions and aerial reconnaissance, artillery coverage effective but ammunition constrained. General Stumme, commanding in Rommel's absence, recognized that British were preparing major offensive, but lacked resources to significantly improve defensive positions or create operational reserves for counterattack. He reported to German High Command that his forces would resist effectively, but could not hold indefinitely against the attack he expected, that withdrawal to more defensible positions would be prudent, and that strategic situation was untenable. His reports received the same response Rommel's had: orders to hold positions, prohibitions against defensive thinking, and assurances that will and determination mattered more than material balance. As October advanced toward the full moon period when Montgomery planned to launch his offensive, the Desert War stood at its culmination point. Rommel was in Germany, recovering physically but not optimistically, reading intelligence reports that made clear the enormous force gathering against positions his army could barely man. Montgomery was in Egypt, finalizing attack plans and projecting confidence to troops who would execute them. Soldiers on both sides were preparing for the battle everyone knew was coming, checking equipment, writing letters home that might be last, and facing the reality that military service meant eventually going where officers ordered despite fear or preference. The stage was set for the Second Battle of El Alamein, the engagement that would decisively shift the North African campaign and begin the long Axis retreat that would end in Tunisia 6 months later. The Desert Foxes legend had been built on victories achieved through tactical brilliance against material disadvantage. That legend would now be tested against an opponent who possessed both tactical competence and overwhelming material superiority, who had studied Rommel's methods and prepared countermeasures, and who was willing to accept the human cost of attritional warfare to achieve strategic decision. The test would demonstrate what many military professionals already understood, but what popular imagination resisted accepting: that wars are ultimately won not by individual genius, but by nations capable of generating and sustaining superior force over time. The desert would be the classroom where this lesson was taught, and the tuition would be paid in blood and machines across autumn battlefields where tactical skill confronted industrial reality. Chapter 12. Alamein, the Last Stand. At 9:40 on the evening of the 23rd of October, 1942, across a 40-mile front from the Mediterranean south to the Qattara Depression, over 1,000 British artillery pieces opened fire simultaneously in the largest bombardment delivered in the North African theater. Lieutenant Werner Schroepfer, gunner in a Panzer Mark III of the 21st Panzer Division, dug into defensive positions behind minefields, experienced the barrage as continuous thunder and light that turned night into flickering day, earth erupting across the entire Axis defensive zone, and shells landing with such density that individual explosions merged into sustained roar. Schroepfer had fought since France in 1940, had survived battles across 2 years and 3,000 miles, but had never experienced artillery on this scale. This was Eastern Front intensity brought to Africa, industrial warfare where material substituted for maneuver. The bombardment continued for 20 minutes, then paused. In the silence that felt louder than the guns, Schroepfer heard engines, hundreds of engines, British tanks and infantry advancing under cover of the barrage through lanes cleared in minefields by engineer teams working through the night. The Second Battle of El Alamein had begun. For 12 days, Axis forces would fight with desperate courage against overwhelming odds, or inflicting casualties that Montgomery accepted as the price of victory. On the 4th of November, they would begin retreating westward in a withdrawal that would continue for 1,400 miles over 5 months until the final surrender in Tunisia. The Desert War was ending, and with it, Rommel's career as field commander and the myth of Axis invincibility in mobile warfare. Montgomery's Operation Lightfoot represented the application of material superiority through methodical execution rather than operational brilliance. British 8th Army committed 195,000 troops, 1,029 tanks, over 1,000 artillery pieces, thus in total air superiority against Axis, forces numbering approximately 108,000 troops, 50,000 German and 58,000 Italian, with 496 tanks of mixed German and Italian types, limited artillery, and almost no air support. The plan called for infantry and engineers to clear paths through minefields under artillery cover, armored divisions to pass through and engage Axis tanks, and sustained pressure that would grind down defenders who could not replace losses. It was attritional warfare, accepting that breakthrough would cost heavily, but that British could afford losses while Axis could not. The concept was neither elegant nor creative, but it matched means to ends, and recognized that in autumn of 1942, a British advantage lay in material superiority that only needed competent rather than brilliant application. On the 25th of October, receiving news in Germany that the British offensive had begun and that General Stuma had died of a heart attack during the opening bombardment, Rommel flew back to Africa, arriving that afternoon. He immediately assessed the situation. British possessed overwhelming material advantages. Axis forces were being ground down systematically, fuel shortages prevented mobile operations, and ammunition stocks constrained counter-battery fire and armored counterattacks. He recognized the battle was probably lost, but also that Hitler had forbidden withdrawal, that his orders were to hold positions regardless of cost, and that military professionalism meant executing orders even when disagreeing with them. But he wrote in his diary, "The battle is being fought with methods we cannot match, but we must fight it nonetheless." The comment captured his situation, trapped between military reality that dictated withdrawal and political orders that prohibited it, required to preside over his army's destruction, because the alternative was insubordination that would end his career and endanger his family. For 9 days, from the 26th of October through the 2nd of November, the battle developed as methodical destruction. British attacked, Axis counterattacked, positions changed hands in fighting where artillery and tank fire dominated, casualties mounted on both sides, but asymmetrically. British could replace losses from reserves and continuing arrivals, while Axis could not. German tank strength declined steadily. 300 operational on the 23rd, down to 200 by the 27th, 150 by the 30th, 90 by the 2nd of November. Each day's fighting consumed fuel and ammunition faster than the inadequate supply line could replace. Italian infantry divisions, under-equipped and demoralized, began surrendering in groups when British pressure became overwhelming and German support was not available. Rommel fought with skill, positioning his limited armor to counterattack British penetrations, but skill could not overcome arithmetic when every engagement eroded irreplaceable strength. On the 2nd of November, recognizing that his army faced imminent destruction if it remained in current positions, Rommel signaled German high command. Withdrawal necessary to avoid complete loss of forces, positions untenable, continued defense will result in annihilation. Hitler's response came on the 3rd, the famous victory or death order, directing Rommel to stand fast, permit no retreat, and ensure troops triumphed or died in positions. The order was militarily irrational, demanding outcomes that circumstances made impossible, but it was also characteristic of Hitler's increasingly divorced from reality command style, where-will substituted for strategy. Rommel obeyed for 24 hours while his forces suffered further losses, then, on the 4th of November, ordered withdrawal despite the explicit prohibition. It was the first time he had directly violated a Führer order, a recognition that continuing obedience meant complicity in senseless destruction, that professional responsibility to his soldiers outweighed political loyalty to the regime. The withdrawal that began on the 4th of November was conducted with the tactical skill that had characterized Rommel's entire African command. Rearguards fought delaying actions, minefields channeled British pursuit, demolitions destroyed infrastructure, and the remaining German units maintained cohesion despite retreat. British pursuit was cautious. Montgomery, having won the battle, was not inclined to risk defeat through reckless pursuit, preferring methodical advance that maintained supply lines and force concentration. Rain on the 6th and 7th of November impeded movement for both sides, allowing Axis forces to escape potential encirclement. The retreat was militarily competent, but strategically futile. Rommel was withdrawing toward Libya with depleted forces against enemy growing stronger, evacuating positions that could never be retaken, beginning a process that would end only in surrender or evacuation. The casualties from 2nd Alamein provided stark arithmetic of the battle's nature. British Commonwealth forces suffered approximately 13,500 casualties and lost 500 tanks, destroyed or damaged, substantial losses that Montgomery accepted as necessary for victory. Axis forces suffered approximately 30,000 casualties and 30,000 captured, mostly Italian troops, lost 450 tanks destroyed, and abandoned immense quantities of equipment during the retreat. The disparity was crushing. Axis had lost army strength it could not regenerate, while British losses would be replaced within weeks from reserves and production. More significantly, the casualty exchange demonstrated that when properly prepared and supplied, British forces could defeat German forces through systematic application of superior resources, that Rommel's tactical skill could delay but not prevent outcomes determined by material balance. During the early days of the retreat, British intelligence recovered a destroyed German command vehicle containing documents, including portions of Rommel's personal diary and letters to Lucy. British analysts who read them were struck by how clearly Rommel understood his impossible position, how long he had been fighting while recognizing likely defeat, and how candidly he acknowledged realities in private writing that propaganda never revealed. One British intelligence officer wrote in his report, "Rommel's papers reveal a man far more aware of his hopeless situation than we realized. He has been fighting knowing he would likely lose for months. There is something both admirable and tragic in that." The British returned the documents to Rommel through Red Cross channels in 1943, an unusual gesture of respect between enemies that said something about how Rommel was regarded even by opponents. The incident revealed that despite fighting each other with lethal intent, professional soldiers on both sides sometimes recognized shared humanity and accorded respect to worthy opponents. On the 8th of November, as Rommel's forces retreated across western Egypt, the Operation Torch commenced. American and British forces landing in French Northwest Africa, Morocco, and Algeria, opening a second front that meant Axis forces in Libya were now caught between 8th Army advancing from the east and Anglo-American forces approaching from the west. The strategic situation had become hopeless. Nowhere to retreat except Tunisia, no possibility of reinforcement adequate to contest two Allied armies, and continuation of the campaign serving no purpose except delaying inevitable defeat. Rommel recognized this immediately, understanding that his forces were now fighting not to win, but simply to survive long enough to evacuate to Europe. Whether Germany would permit such evacuation or would demand troops fight to annihilation remained to be seen. But Rommel had learned enough about Hitler's command style to suspect the worst. The human experience of the retreat involved exhaustion, confusion, loss, and for some, relief that the long defense had ended and survival through withdrawal became possible. German soldiers marched westward, knowing they were beaten, but also knowing they had fought well against superior forces. That defeat came not from failure of courage or competence, but from arithmetic they could not change. Italian soldiers faced less certain fates. Many were abandoned during the retreat when transport was insufficient, left to surrender or attempt escape on foot across desert that killed without reference to nationality. Letters written during this period and recovered post-war speak of exhaustion so profound that death seemed preferable to continued marching, of thirst and hunger as supplies became sporadic, of watching friends die from wounds because medical care was unavailable, and underneath it all, of wondering why they were being required to continue when outcome was already determined. These were not questions soldiers could ask officers, but they asked them silently and discussed them quietly among trusted comrades, recognizing that their suffering served political purposes divorced from military necessity. As November progressed and British forces pursued methodically while Axis forces withdrew westward across Libya, the North African campaign entered its final phase. Rommel had been decisively defeated at Alamein, had lost the battle, and with it any possibility of returning to Egypt or achieving the strategic objectives that had brought him to Africa 18 months earlier. The legend of the Desert Fox had encountered reality that even legendary commanders could not overcome when fighting without adequate resources against enemies who learned from mistakes and possessed means to implement solutions. The tactical virtuosity that had won spectacular victories in 1941 and early 1942 had proven insufficient against Montgomery's methodical approach backed by overwhelming material superiority. The desert had taught its final lesson, that in modern industrial warfare, resources ultimately mattered more than genius, that systematic competence with superior means defeated brilliant improvisation with inadequate means, and that tactical skill without strategic sustainability produced temporary success followed by inevitable defeat. Rommel understood these lessons intellectually, even if he struggled to accept them emotionally. The next 5 months would simply be the playing out of what Alamein had already decided, the long retreat from Egypt through Libya into Tunisia, where the end would come not with dramatic battle, but with surrender and captivity for the army Rommel had led through so many improbable victories. The Desert Fox was leaving the desert, not in triumph but in defeat that even his considerable skill could not prevent or disguise. Chapter 13. The Long Retreat from Alamein to Tunisia. On the 15th of November, 1942, along the coastal road west of Tobruk in Libya, Hauptmann Hans Otto Behrendt commanded a rearguard company of the 90th Light Division, watching through binoculars as British tanks appeared on the eastern horizon, dust clouds that meant pursuit was continuing, that another day of fighting and withdrawing lay ahead. His orders were identical to those of the previous 12 days. Hold this position for 6 hours, inflict casualties on advancing British forces, then withdraw westward to the next defensive line where the process would repeat. His company had begun the retreat from Alamein with 140 men and now numbered 87, losses coming not primarily from combat, but from exhaustion, sickness, vehicles breaking down, and men straggling when they could no longer maintain the pace. The British did not need to destroy Rommel's army through battle. They merely needed to maintain pressure, while the desert, disease, and mechanical attrition accomplished what combat could not. Behrendt positioned his anti-tank guns, checked his watch, and waited for British tanks to come into range, knowing he would fight for 6 hours and then retreat again, because those were his orders and because no alternative existed except surrender or death. It was all they could do, and so they did it, day after exhausting day across the 1,400 miles that separated Alamein from Tunisia. The withdrawal from Egypt across Libya to Tunisia from November of 1942 through February of 1943 represented one of the longest fighting retreats in military history, conducted under pursuit across desert terrain with limited roads and pursued by an enemy that possessed overwhelming material advantages. Rommel's task was to preserve his forces sufficiently intact to continue resistance in Tunisia, where German High Command was sending reinforcements to establish a defensive perimeter that would deny the Allies complete control of North Africa. This required fighting delaying actions that slowed British advance without committing to battles that would destroy defending forces, balancing the need to impose costs on pursuers against the need to preserve an army for future operations. It was defensive warfare at operational level, the kind of campaign that received less attention than spectacular offensives, but that revealed a commander's skill in managing retreat without degeneration into rout. Rommel established defensive positions at locations where terrain favored defenders, Mursa Brega, Ela Gala, all places where he had fought before and whose tactical possibilities he knew intimately. At each position, he deployed forces to contest British advance, preparing positions in minefields, then withdrawing before British could concentrate overwhelming force. Montgomery's pursuit was methodical rather than aggressive, advancing carefully with secure supply lines and force concentration, unwilling to risk the kind of overextension that had occasionally cost British forces victories in earlier campaigns. This caution allowed Axis forces to escape encirclement repeatedly, but also meant the retreat could be conducted in relatively good order. The pattern established itself. British would approach a defensive position, begin preparing for attack, and find during the night that German forces had withdrawn to the next position westward. It was frustrating for Montgomery, who sought the decisive battle that would destroy Rommel's army entirely, but it was effective for Rommel, who needed time more than he needed victory. On the 12th and 13th of December, at El Agila, Rommel attempted a brief counterattack designed to bloody British forces and create additional delay in their advance. The attack achieved modest success, destroying some British tanks and forcing temporary halt, but accomplished nothing strategically except demonstrating that Axis forces retained capability for localized offensive action. Rommel's forces then continued their withdrawal westward into Tripolitania, the last region of Libya before Tunisia, evacuating the territory they had held for 20 months and returning it to British control. The symbolic significance was substantial. All of Libya was now lost. The Italian colonial empire in North Africa was effectively ended, and Axis forces were compressed into the northeastern corner of Tunisia with nowhere further to retreat. On the 23rd of January 1943, British 8th Army entered Tripoli, Libya's capital and the principal Axis supply port for North African operations. Rommel had withdrawn from the city days earlier, recognizing it could not be defended and that losing the garrison would accomplish nothing except waste forces needed for Tunisia defense. The fall of Tripoli meant that Axis forces in Tunisia would be supplied through Tunis, a smaller port already struggling to handle traffic, and that the supply situation, already critical, would worsen further. British propaganda made much of Tripoli's capture, celebrating the symbolic victory of occupying the city that had been Italian colonial headquarters and that Mussolini had visited in expectation of permanent Italian rule. For Italians, Tripoli's loss marked the definitive end of their African empire, a humiliation that underscored Italy's military failures and dependence on German support that had proven inadequate. By early February, Rommel's forces had withdrawn into Tunisia, joining German 5th Panzer Army under General Hans-Jürgen von Arnim that had been deployed to Tunisia in November and December when Operation Torch Allied landings threatened to give the Allies complete control of North Africa. The combined Axis forces in Tunisia now numbered approximately 250,000 troops, substantial numbers but inadequately supplied, facing British 8th Army approaching from the southeast and British 1st Army plus American 2nd Corps pressing from the west. The strategic situation was hopeless. Axis forces controlled approximately 10,000 square miles of northeastern Tunisia, surrounded on three sides by enemies whose strength was growing, supplied through ports and airfields under constant Allied air attack, with no possibility of evacuation, because sea transport was being sunk and Luftwaffe could not provide adequate air cover. The question was not whether Axis forces would be defeated, but how long they could delay the inevitable and at what cost. In mid-February, Rommel launched attacks against inexperienced American forces at Kasserine Pass in western Tunisia, achieving initial success that drove American units back in confusion and captured territory and prisoners. The attack demonstrated that even with depleted forces and inadequate supplies, properly led German troops could defeat inexperienced opponents through superior tactics and veteran leadership. American forces, new to combat and still learning desert warfare, were handled roughly in their first major engagement with German forces, suffering over 3,000 casualties and losing substantial equipment. But the strategic impact was minimal. The attack lacked sufficient force to achieve operational decision, stalled after several days when German supplies were exhausted, and accomplished nothing except briefly delaying the inevitable compression of Axis positions. Rommel withdrew from the Kasserine salient after recognizing that holding captured ground would consume resources needed for defending the Tunisia perimeter. In late February, Rommel prepared a frank strategic assessment for German High Command and Italian Comando Supremo. The Tunisia position was untenable. Axis forces faced enemies with overwhelming superiority in troops and material. Supply by sea and air was inadequate to sustain prolonged defense, and rational military policy dictated evacuating forces to Italy while withdrawal was still possible, preserving trained troops for use in defending Europe rather than sacrificing them in an unwinnable campaign. The assessment was militarily sound, strategically sensible, and politically impossible. Hitler refused to authorize evacuation, ordered Tunisia held to the last man, and accused those who suggested withdrawal of defeatism and cowardice. The rejection demonstrated the profound disconnect between Hitler's political imperatives and military reality. His increasing tendency to substitute willpower for strategy, and his unwillingness to accept that situations existed where determination could not prevent defeat. During the long retreat across Libya and the fighting in Tunisia, Rommel encountered General Giovanni Messe, an Italian officer of considerable competence who would later command 1st Italian Army when Rommel departed Africa. In a private conversation documented in Messe's post-war account, Messe told Rommel bluntly, "You Germans came to Africa to save us Italians from the British. Now we are both trapped here together. Perhaps we should have accepted defeat in 1941 when fewer would have died." Rommel reportedly had no response to this observation, which captured the essential futility of the entire North African campaign from Axis perspective. 2.5 years of fighting, hundreds of thousands of casualties, enormous material expenditure, all leading to the same defeat that might have been accepted in early 1941 at far lower cost. The comment raised questions about the purpose of military resistance when strategic situation made defeat inevitable, questions that soldiers were not positioned to answer, but that haunted reflection on campaigns whose tactical successes could not compensate for strategic impossibility. The human cost of the retreat and the fighting in Tunisia appeared in statistics that enumerated but could not capture the individual suffering those numbers represented. From Alamein to Tunisia's final surrender, Axis forces would lose approximately 70,000 casualties in combat and 250,000 captured when resistance finally ended. British Commonwealth forces would suffer approximately 70,000 total casualties across the same period, losses that were substantial, but that Britain could afford because its manpower base and that of its empire and allies exceeded Axis resources. Behind the statistics were individuals, soldiers dying of wounds in overloaded field hospitals, prisoners beginning years of captivity, families receiving notifications that transformed lives permanently, towns across Germany and Italy and Britain and Australia and New Zealand and India and South Africa, marking losses that would be remembered long after the strategic significance of the North African campaign faded from memory. By late February of 1943, Rommel had concluded that continuing to command in Tunisia meant presiding over pointless destruction of forces that could not be saved and whose sacrifice would accomplish nothing strategically meaningful. His health had not recovered despite months away from the front. He disagreed fundamentally with orders requiring futile resistance, and his relationship with both Hitler and Italian command had deteriorated to the point where his presence complicated rather than improved the situation. He prepared to depart Africa, leaving command to others who would manage the final weeks of resistance before inevitable surrender. His departure would be controversial, interpreted by some as abandoning soldiers he had led, while others understood it as recognition that his presence could not change outcomes and that preserving his reputation for potential future use served larger purposes. The question of command responsibility in hopeless situations, whether commanders should remain with troops until the end or preserve themselves for future operations, had no clear answer, only choices that would be judged differently depending on perspective and outcome. As February turned to March and Rommel prepared to leave Africa, the desert campaign that had made him world famous was ending in defeat that even his substantial tactical skill could not prevent or disguise. He had arrived in February of 1941 with orders to prevent Italian collapse, had far exceeded those orders by driving to Egypt and threatening the Suez Canal, had won spectacular victories that demonstrated tactical brilliance, and was now leaving with the Axis position in North Africa collapsed and final surrender weeks away. The contradictions in this trajectory, tactical genius producing strategic futility, temporary success, creating conditions for eventual failure, individual excellence insufficient to overcome systematic disadvantage, would define historical assessments of his command. The Desert Fox was departing the desert, not in triumph, but in the recognition that the campaign he had dominated for 2 years was lost, and that his continued presence would change nothing, except potentially compromising the reputation that made him valuable to a regime increasingly desperate for heroes who could be presented as proving that German excellence persisted despite accumulating defeats. The desert remained, patient and indifferent, ready to receive other armies and other campaigns. Rommel's time there was ending, and with it, the phase of his career that would be most remembered and most debated by subsequent generations, seeking to understand how tactical brilliance related to strategic wisdom, how professional competence related to moral responsibility, and how individual excellence operated within contexts of collective endeavor and systemic forces larger than any individual could control. Chapter 14. Departure from Africa. The End of the Desert Fox. On the 9th of March, 1943, at a small airfield in Tunisia, General Feldmarschall Erwin Rommel walked slowly across tarmac toward a waiting transport aircraft that would carry him to Germany. He was 51 years old and moved with the stiffness of someone considerably older, his health broken by 2 years of desert warfare and chronic illnesses that months of convalescence had not cured. Behind him in Tunisia remained 250,000 Axis soldiers who would fight for 2 more months before surrendering in the largest Axis capitulation since Stalingrad. Rommel knew they were doomed. Chi had argued strenuously for their evacuation while withdrawal was possible, and had been overruled by superiors who demanded resistance to the last man regardless of military logic. A small group of officers gathered to see him off, the farewells brief and uncomfortable because everyone understood the situation's reality, even if no one could speak it openly. Rommel shook hands, said little, and boarded the aircraft without ceremony. As the door closed and the aircraft taxied for takeoff, Rommel looked through the window at Africa one final time, the landscape where he had become legend, where he had won his greatest victories and suffered his decisive defeat, where he had commanded for 2 years that would define his historical reputation. His face showed no particular emotion. The door closed, and the aircraft lifted off into cloudless North African sky. The Desert Fox had left the desert permanently, and with him departed whatever slim hope remained that Axis forces in Tunisia might avoid the catastrophic surrender that would come 10 weeks later. The circumstances of Rommel's departure from Africa involved complex interplay of health, strategy, and politics that made simple assessment difficult. His medical condition was genuinely serious, continuing liver problems, chronic intestinal infections, cardiovascular issues that included dangerously low blood pressure and occasional heart arrhythmias documented in medical records. His physicians considered him unfit for field command and recommended extended rest and treatment in Germany. But his departure also served strategic and political purposes. Militarily, his presence in Tunisia could not change the outcome. Politically, losing Germany's most famous field marshal to capture or death in an African defeat would be propaganda disaster. Personally, evacuating Rommel while abandoning 250,000 soldiers raised questions about command responsibility that would follow him. The official explanation emphasized health, but the full reality involved calculations that went beyond medical necessity. Before departing, Rommel had made a final attempt to change strategic decisions regarding Tunisia. On the 23rd of February, he had launched attacks on British positions at Mérite, in what became his last battle in Africa. The attack was poorly coordinated, under-resourced, and met British defenses that ultra-intelligence had warned would be there. And British anti-tank guns in depth destroyed over 50 German tanks for minimal British losses, the clearest tactical defeat Rommel suffered in Africa. 3 days later, on the 6th of March, Rommel flew to Hitler's headquarters in Ukraine to present his assessment personally. Tunisia could not be held. Forces should be evacuated immediately to Italy, where they could defend European territory rather than being sacrificed uselessly in Africa. Hitler rejected the proposal with rage, accused Rommel of defeatism, and informed him that he would not return to Africa, but would take medical leave and then receive new assignment. Rommel was told his candor was unwelcome, his strategic judgment was overruled, and his presence in Africa was no longer desired. The meeting ended whatever working relationship had existed between Rommel and Hitler, replacing it with Hitler's growing suspicion of any general who acknowledged unpleasant realities. Command in Tunisia passed to General Hans-Jürgen von Arnim, who would command Army Group Africa for the remaining weeks until final surrender. Von Arnim was competent and professional, but inherited a situation that was militarily hopeless regardless of who commanded. The forces under his command faced overwhelming Allied superiority in every category, were supplied inadequately through ports and airfields under constant attack, and occupied a shrinking perimeter that offered no possibility of maneuver or withdrawal. Von Arnim would do what Rommel might have done, conduct skillful defense that delayed but could not prevent defeat, but without the burden of Rommel's fame or the propaganda significance of his capture. The transfer of command was handled quietly, without public announcement that might reveal German recognition of the campaign's impending end. On the 13th of May, 1943, 65 days after Rommel's departure, General von Arnim surrendered Axis forces in Tunisia. Approximately 275,000 Axis soldiers entered captivity, more than had been captured at Stalingrad, representing one of the war's largest mass surrenders. All equipment was lost, all territory evacuated, and the North African campaign ended in complete Allied victory. The strategic consequences were significant. The Mediterranean was now under Allied control. Southern Europe was exposed to Allied attack, veteran Axis troops were lost, and German prestige suffered another blow following the Stalingrad disaster. For the soldiers who surrendered, years of captivity began, most in camps in America or Britain, where conditions were reasonable and survival likely. For their families, the uncertainty of not knowing whether captured relatives lived or died would persist until Red Cross notifications arrived months later. The strategic defeat translated into hundreds of thousands of personal tragedies and disruptions that statistics could enumerate but not adequately represent. During May and June, while recuperating at his home in Herrlingen, Germany, Rommel followed reports of Tunisia's collapse with feelings that mixed relief at not being present for the final humiliation, with guilt about leaving soldiers who had followed him through 2 years of campaigns. He wrote in his diary on the 15th of May, 2 days after the surrender, "All those men, I captured or dead. We held them there beyond any rational military purpose, sacrificing them to delay the inevitable by weeks. I begin to question whether we are led by strategy or by willpower masquerading as strategy." It was Rommel's most explicit written criticism of Hitler's leadership to that date, a recognition that the strategic decisions governing the war were fundamentally flawed and that military competence could not compensate for political irrationality. The seed of opposition that would eventually contribute to his death was beginning to grow, nurtured by experiences that demonstrated the regime's willingness to sacrifice soldiers for purposes divorced from military logic. The question of whether Rommel's departure constituted abandonment of his troops or sensible recognition of reality has been debated extensively by historians and military professionals. Those who criticize his departure note that he left soldiers facing certain capture while he escaped that fate, that commanders should share the hardships they impose on subordinates, and that his departure appeared to prioritize personal reputation over solidarity with troops. Those who defend the decision note that his presence could not have changed the outcome, that preserving him for potential future commands served rational military purposes, that his capture would have provided propaganda victory to the Allies, and that the decision was made by superiors rather than by Rommel personally. In July of 1943, Rommel received a letter through Red Cross channels from a former Afrika Korps soldier, now a prisoner in Canada, who wrote, "Herr Feldmarschall, we who remain did not blame you for leaving. You could have done nothing more for us. We blamed those who kept us there after all hope was gone." Rommel kept this letter in his desk for the remainder of his life, suggesting it mattered to him deeply that soldiers he commanded understood his departure differently than critics might suggest. The strategic assessment of the entire North African campaign reveals results that do not match the attention it received or the reputations it made. From Axis perspective, the campaign consumed 2.5 years, hundreds of thousands of casualties, immense material resources, and ultimately accomplished nothing. Territory gained was lost. British control of the Mediterranean was not broken, and the campaign ended in complete defeat. From Allied perspective, the campaign delayed opening a second front in Europe by approximately 1 year, but provided training ground for American forces, secured the Mediterranean, eliminated veteran Axis troops, and demonstrated that German forces could be defeated through proper tactics and overwhelming resources. Neither side achieved decisive strategic success, though Britain's final victory was more significant than Germany's temporary successes. Rommel's personal performance showed tactical brilliance repeatedly, but also demonstrated that tactical skill without adequate resources and strategic support could produce spectacular victories that led nowhere except eventual defeat. The reputation Rommel earned in North Africa, the Desert Fox, the brilliant tactician, the honorable opponent, was built on these 2 years of campaigning and would persist long after the strategic insignificance of the theater became clear. He had demonstrated capabilities that would make him famous: aggressive exploitation of opportunities, creative use of limited resources, personal courage that inspired subordinates, and respect for enemies that contrasted with ideological warfare elsewhere. But he had also demonstrated limitations: tendency to advance beyond sustainable logistics, focus on tactical success without adequate attention to strategic sustainability, and willingness to serve a regime whose purposes he did not examine carefully until late. The complete picture was complex, mixing excellence with blindness, capability with complicity, individual honor with service to collective dishonor. History would struggle to reconcile these contradictions, producing assessments that said as much about the assessor's values as about Rommel himself. As spring turned to summer in 1943, and Rommel recovered physically while reading reports from other theaters showing Germany's military position deteriorating on all fronts, he faced a future whose shape was uncertain. He would receive new commands, would be deployed to defend Europe against the invasion everyone knew was coming, would be drawn into the conspiracies forming among German officers who recognized that Hitler was leading Germany to catastrophe. But all of that lay ahead, beyond the immediate present of recovery and reflection. For now, in the spring and summer of 1943, Rommel was simply a general who had lost his most famous campaign, a soldier whose health was broken by service to a cause whose justice he was beginning to question, and a man watching his nation move toward defeat that would reshape Europe and the world. The Desert Fox had left the desert, but the desert had marked him permanently, teaching lessons about the limits of excellence, the ultimate dominance of material factors over individual genius, and the tragedy of serving brilliantly in a cause that was both strategically doomed and morally bankrupt. These lessons would shape his remaining 18 months of life, leading him toward choices that would end in forced suicide and contested legacy. But those choices and their consequences still awaited, visible only in retrospect, while hidden in the future that he could not fully see as he recovered in Germany and prepared for whatever commands and challenges would come next. Chapter 15. The Atlantic Wall. Preparing for Invasion. On the 15th of December, 1943, on a windswept beach in Normandy, France, Feldmarschall Erwin Rommel stood on cold sand examining beach obstacles under construction. Wooden stakes driven into the tidal zone, each topped with mines designed to rip open landing craft at high water. Behind him, French laborers and German engineers worked in the winter cold, installing the obstacles that Rommel had ordered placed by the millions along the Atlantic coast. He was 52 years old, 6 months past his departure from Africa, and now commanded Army Group B, responsible for defending northern France, Belgium, Beijers, and the Netherlands against the Allied invasion that intelligence indicated would come in spring or summer of 1944. He turned to the engineer commander supervising the work and said, "The Anglo-Americans will come in spring, certainly by summer. We have perhaps 6 months to turn these beaches into fortresses. If we fail, if they establish a beachhead and bring their material ashore, Germany will lose the war in the West." His assessment was accurate, and his energy in preparing defenses was extraordinary. But even as he worked with characteristic intensity, he must have understood what the evidence increasingly suggested, that the material superiority that had defeated him in Africa would be even more overwhelming in France, that defensive preparations could make invasion costly, but probably not prevent it. Nay, and that he was building fortifications for a battle Germany would likely lose, regardless of how well those fortifications were constructed. The assignment to defend against Allied invasion came after months of recuperation from the illnesses that had broken his health in Africa. Throughout late spring and summer of 1943, Rommel had remained in Germany, recovering physically, spending time with Lucy and their son Manfred, and watching as Germany's military situation deteriorated across all theaters. The catastrophic defeat at Stalingrad, the loss of North Africa, and the beginning of sustained Allied bombing of German cities made clear that Germany was losing the war through attrition it could not match. In November, Rommel received orders to inspect Atlantic Wall defenses and report on their adequacy. What he found appalled him. Nazi propaganda claimed the Atlantic Wall was an impregnable line of fortifications stretching from Norway to Spain. But reality showed incomplete concrete bunkers, inadequate obstacles, defensive plans that did not match actual capabilities, and demoralized troops manning positions they knew were insufficient. He submitted a scathing report noting that the Atlantic Wall was a propaganda fiction more than military reality, that enormous work was needed to make it defensible, and that without immediate action, the invasion would succeed. The defensive philosophy Rommel developed for defending France involved fundamental disagreement with other senior commanders about how to counter an Allied landing. Rommel advocated defending at the beaches, stopping the invasion during the landing itself when Allied forces would be most vulnerable before they could establish beachheads and bring overwhelming material superiority ashore. His superior, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, commanding all German forces in the West, and General Leo Geyer von Schweppenberg, commanding armored reserves, argued for defense in depth, allowing Allies to land, then destroying them with mobile armored counterattacks once their positions were identified. The doctrinal split reflected different experiences and assessments. Rommel had learned in Africa that Allied air superiority prevented mobile operations in daylight, that attempting to maneuver armored forces under air attack resulted in destruction before contact. And that the only chance was defeating enemies before they established positions. Von Rundstedt and von Schweppenberg, who had not experienced Allied air dominance at African intensity, believed traditional German armor tactics would succeed. Adolf Hitler, characteristically, did not resolve the dispute decisively, instead compromising in ways that weakened both approaches. Some Panzer divisions were positioned near coasts as Rommel wanted, others held in central reserve as von Rundstedt preferred, but Hitler personally controlled the reserve and prohibited their commitment without his authorization. The result was a defensive system that satisfied no one and that would prove inadequate when invasion came. From December of 1943 through May of 1944, Rommel drove a massive construction program with the same intensity he had once driven offensive operations. He demanded millions of beach obstacles, stakes, hedgehogs, Belgian gates, tetrahedrons, planted in tidal zones to destroy landing craft. He ordered extensive mining with 4 to 6 million mines laid along likely invasion beaches, creating dense minefields that would channel attackers into killing zones. He insisted on flooding inland areas behind beaches to prevent glider landings and airborne operations. He ordered fortification of likely landing sites with concrete bunkers, gun positions, and trench systems that would make penetration costly. The construction statistics were impressive. Obstacle density on Normandy beaches increased dramatically, defensive positions were improved substantially, and the Atlantic Wall became more formidable than it had been. But Rommel was attempting to accomplish in 6 months what would have required 2 years to complete properly, and he was building defenses with resources that were increasingly scarce as Germany's industrial capacity was consumed by demands from the Eastern Front and by Allied bombing of production facilities. Rommel's inspection tours during this period were exhausting and constant. Over 50 tours between November and June, visiting hundreds of positions, traveling thousands of miles, appearing without warning at defensive sites to check progress and quality. His energy was remarkable for someone recently recovered from serious illness, but the pace took its toll. But he was driving himself and the troops under his command because he understood that time was the resource he lacked, that every day brought the invasion closer, and that incomplete preparations meant failure. Soldiers called him the Whirlwind for his sudden appearances and demanding inspections, finding him simultaneously inspiring and exhausting. He knew their names, asked about their families, expressed genuine concern for their welfare, but also demanded standards of preparation that required extraordinary effort to meet. The balance between caring for soldiers and pushing them beyond what they thought they could achieve was part of what made him effective, though it also meant he sometimes demanded more than circumstances allowed. During a March inspection near Cherbourg, an incident occurred that revealed Rommel's evolving political perspective and the growing risks he faced. A French forced laborer working on bunker construction, an older man who had been a schoolteacher, approached Rommel as he observed the work, a dangerous act that could have resulted in severe punishment. The man said in German, "You are Rommel. In France, even now, soldiers speak of you as an honorable enemy. I tell you plainly, Germany will lose this war. What you build here will not save your regime. But perhaps you personally can still choose honor over continued service to dishonor." Guards pulled the man away before Rommel could respond. But that evening, Rommel mentioned the encounter to his aide, Captain Helmuth Lang, or saying quietly, "The Frenchman is probably right about all of it." It was an admission, to himself and to a trusted subordinate, that Germany would lose, that the regime he served was fundamentally dishonorable, and that choices about personal conduct remained even within the constraints of military service. The seed of opposition that had begun growing in Tunisia was developing into something more substantial, though it remained private and carefully guarded. In April of 1944, General Hans Speidel joined Rommel's staff as Chief of Staff for Army Group B. Speidel was an intellectual, a Francophile, who spoke French fluently, and secretly a member of the growing military resistance to Hitler that included officers convinced Germany must end the war through negotiation or internal change of regime. Speidel's appointment to Rommel's staff was not coincidental. Resistance members recognized that Rommel's fame and reputation made him potentially valuable to any effort to remove Hitler and end the war. And Speidel's task included carefully gauging Rommel's thinking and potentially recruiting him to the conspiracy. Over the coming weeks, Speidel introduced Rommel to conversations with officers who spoke carefully about Germany's situation, the war's trajectory, and the question of what honor required when the regime one served was leading the nation to catastrophic defeat. Rommel listened but committed to nothing explicitly, understanding that such conversations were dangerous and that expressing clear opposition would endanger himself and his family. But he also did not report these conversations to authorities. He did not distance himself from those expressing doubt about the regime, and in his private comments to Lucy, acknowledged that Germany was losing and that the war should end. He was moving toward active opposition, but not yet arrived there, caught between loyalty to soldiers under his command and recognition that the cause he served was both doomed and unjust. By early June, as intelligence indicated invasion was imminent, Rommel faced the reality that his defensive preparations, despite extraordinary effort, were incomplete. Obstacle density was perhaps 50% of what he had specified. Mining was extensive, but not to the saturation levels he wanted, and the flooding of inland areas was only partially accomplished. More fundamentally, the forces available to defend against invasion were inadequate. Many divisions were under strength, but as some coastal defense divisions were composed of older soldiers or those with medical limitations, equipment was often obsolete or insufficient, and the restrictions on armored reserve employment meant that rapid counterattack against successful landings would be difficult or impossible. Rommel had done everything possible within constraints he could not change, but the constraints were binding and the prospects for successful defense were poor. In conversations with staff officers, he acknowledged that the best outcome was making the invasion so costly that Allies might negotiate rather than continuing to press for total victory. But he also recognized this outcome was unlikely. The Allies had made clear that only unconditional surrender was acceptable. They possessed means to enforce that demand regardless of how costly initial landings proved. On the 5th of June, with weather deteriorating and forecasts suggesting several days of storms that would prevent landing operations, Rommel made a decision he would regret for the rest of his brief remaining life. He took leave to return to Germany for 2 days. The 6th of June was Lucy's birthday, and he had purchased shoes to present to her, and he also intended to meet with Hitler to request additional resources for Atlantic Wall defenses. His assessment was that weather made invasion impossible in the immediate term, that Allies would strike at Pas de Calais, where the channel was narrowest rather than at Normandy, and that he could safely be absent for 48 hours. All 3 assessments were wrong. Bijou perfide. As Rommel drove toward Germany on the evening of the 5th, the Allied invasion fleet was already at sea, heading toward Normandy, preparing for landings that would begin at dawn on the 6th of June. His absence from command during the critical first hours of D-Day would be one of history's significant contingencies, raising enduring questions about whether his presence would have changed outcomes and whether his decision to take leave at that moment represented a failure of command judgment or simply an unfortunate coincidence of personal plans and enemy timing. As the first week of June began, and Rommel traveled to Germany confident that he had days or weeks before invasion, the Atlantic Wall he had worked so intensely to strengthen awaited its test. The obstacles he had ordered were in place, but incomplete. The mines were laid, but not to saturation density. The bunkers were constructed, but not fully manned, and the armored reserves were positioned according to compromises that satisfied no defensive concept fully. The soldiers who would defend these positions were prepared as well as circumstances allowed, but faced an enemy whose material superiority would be overwhelming and whose determination was absolute. The stage was set for the invasion that would determine Europe's fate, and Rommel, who had prepared for this battle with characteristic energy and imperfect resources, would not be present for its opening hours. The defensive preparations he had driven would be tested by the largest amphibious operation in history, and their adequacy or inadequacy would be demonstrated in blood and fire across the beaches of Normandy. The Desert Fox, who had made his reputation through mobile offensive operations in open desert, would fight his final campaign as a defensive commander in restricted terrain, attempting to prevent what his experience and instinct told him was probably inevitable: the successful Allied invasion that would open the road to Germany and the war's eventual end in total defeat for the regime he had served throughout his military career. Chapter 16. D-Day and Normandy. The trap closes. At 6:30 in the morning on the 6th of June, 1944, Private First Class Harold Baumgarten of the 116th Infantry Regiment, 29th Division, United States Army, jumped from his landing craft into chest-deep water off Omaha Beach, Normandy, and machine gun fire immediately tore through the water around him with a sound like tearing cloth. Men were falling before they reached the beach, some shot, others drowning under the weight of equipment, their screams mixing with the roar of artillery and the explosions of mines detonating where soldiers stepped on obstacles Rommel had ordered placed. Baumgarten struggled forward through water that ran red with blood, past bodies floating and bodies sinking, toward a beach that was a vision of mechanized hell. Obstacles draped with barbed wire, concrete bunkers pouring fire, shells landing with concussive force that threw men into the air like broken dolls. This was the Atlantic Wall in action, the defenses Rommel had prepared, and they were making the landing extraordinarily costly, killing hundreds in the first hours, creating carnage that made some unit commanders consider withdrawing. By day's end, American forces would hold a tenuous foothold on Omaha Beach at cost of over 2,000 casualties, the defenses having worked exactly as designed to make the landing a close run and bloody affair. But 150 miles away in Germany, Rommel was presenting shoes to Lucy for her birthday, unaware that the invasion he had prepared to defeat had begun, that his absence from command during the crucial first hours meant responses were delayed and confused, and that by the time he rushed back to France, the beachheads he had hoped to prevent had been established. Everything that followed would be desperate attempts to contain what had not been prevented, to slow what could not be stopped, and to delay an outcome that was probably inevitable from the moment Allied forces established themselves ashore. The Allied Operation Overlord represented the culmination of years of planning and the concentration of resources on a scale that dwarfed anything Rommel had faced in Africa. Across 5 beaches, Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword, stretching along 50 miles of Normandy coast, 156,000 Allied troops landed on the 6th of June, supported by 7,000 ships, 12,000 aircraft, and the most extensive naval bombardment ever delivered in support of amphibious assault. The air supremacy Rommel had warned about was total. Luftwaffe managed only 2 sorties over the beaches on D-Day, while Allied aircraft flew thousands of missions attacking German positions, interdicting reinforcements, and preventing any coordinated German response. German defenders initially numbered approximately 50,000 troops in the invasion sector, many in coastal defense divisions of limited capability, without adequate armored support, because Hitler had not authorized release of panzer reserves, and without clear command because Rommel was absent, and his deputies were uncertain whether to commit forces without his authorization. Rommel learned of the invasion during the morning of the 6th, receiving phone calls at his home in Herrlingen, reporting massive Allied landings in Normandy. He immediately began the return journey to France, a drive that took him through the day and night, arriving at his headquarters on the afternoon of the 7th. By then, Allied forces had secured all 5 beaches, and were linking beachheads into a continuous lodgment, and had landed over 150,000 troops with vehicles, supplies, and heavy equipment. The failure to prevent the landing, Rommel's fundamental defensive concept, meant that the campaign would now be fought under conditions that favored the Allies: static defense against enemies with overwhelming material superiority, battles of attrition that Germany could not win, and fighting under air attack so intense that daylight movement was nearly impossible. Everything Rommel had learned in Africa about Allied advantages was now manifest in France, but on a scale and with an intensity that exceeded even African operations. Over the following 3 weeks, from the 7th through the 30th of June, German forces attempted to contain the Allied beachhead and prevent breakout from the confined coastal area. The fighting was bitter and costly for both sides, conducted in the hedgerow terrain of the Norman bocage, where small fields surrounded by thick vegetation and earth banks created natural defensive positions that made advance difficult. German troops fought with the skill and determination characteristic of the Wehrmacht, using terrain expertly, counterattacking when opportunities appeared, inflicting casualties that shocked Allied commanders who had expected easier progress after securing the beaches. But German forces were also being ground down systematically. Allied naval gunfire could reach far inland, hitting German positions with shells against which there was no defense. Allied air power made daylight movement suicidal, by forcing German operations to night when coordination was difficult, and Allied material superiority meant that losses German forces inflicted were replaced quickly, while German losses could not be replaced at all. The attrition mathematics were inexorable. German forces were fighting brilliantly, but losing a battle whose outcome was determined by resources rather than tactical skill. On the 17th of June, Hitler summoned Rommel and von Rundstedt to a meeting at Hitler's forward headquarters at Margeval, near Soissons, France. Rommel presented the military situation with characteristic bluntness. The Normandy front could not hold indefinitely. German losses were unsustainable, air superiority made Allied success inevitable, and political leadership must consider negotiating an end to the war before Germany was completely destroyed. Hitler responded with rage, refusing to discuss anything except continued resistance, claiming that new weapons, V-1 rockets, soon V-2 rockets, eventually jet aircraft, would turn the war's momentum, and accusing generals who acknowledged reality of defeatism. The meeting demonstrated the complete disconnect between Hitler's fantasy and military reality, his increasing detachment from facts that contradicted his wishes, and his substitution of willpower for strategy. Rommel returned to Normandy convinced that Hitler was leading Germany to catastrophe and that military victory was impossible, though he remained uncertain about what honor required in response to this recognition. Throughout late June and into July, the Normandy battle continued its grinding attrition. British and Canadian forces attempted to capture Caen, a key objective that had been scheduled for capture on D-Day, but that German defenses had held for weeks. American forces fought through hedgerow country toward Cherbourg and then southward toward St. Lo, gaining ground slowly at steady cost. German forces defended tenaciously, but were being worn down. By the end of June, German divisions in Normandy were at fraction of authorized strength, tank losses exceeded replacements dramatically, and the infantry was being depleted faster than even inadequate replacements could fill gaps. Rommel moved constantly among forward positions, trying to organize coherent defense with inadequate resources, requesting reinforcements and supplies that were not available, and recognizing with increasing clarity that the battle was lost even if the final outcome remained weeks away. On the 15th of July, Rommel prepared his most explicit political statement to date, a report to Hitler via Field Marshal Günther von Kluge, who had replaced von Rundstedt as Commander-in-Chief West, after von Rundstedt made comments to Hitler's staff that suggested the war should be ended. Rommel's report stated baldly that the military situation in Normandy was hopeless, that the front would collapse within 2 to 3 weeks, and that political leadership must draw necessary conclusions from military reality. It was coded language for a message that was clear. Negotiate peace before Germany was destroyed entirely, end the war while something remained to salvage, and accept that continued resistance served no purpose except to increase suffering without changing outcomes. The report was sent on the 15th. 2 days later, before any response, Rommel's command career ended abruptly and violently on a Norman road. On the 17th of July, Rommel's staff car was driving near the village of Sainte-Foy-de-Montgomery when Royal Air Force fighters spotted the vehicle and attacked with cannon fire. The first burst killed Rommel's driver, sending the car out of control. It crashed into a tree at high speed. Rommel, sitting in the front passenger seat, was thrown forward and struck his head on the windscreen frame, then thrown from the vehicle as it rolled. He suffered severe head injuries, skull fracture in 3 places, damage to his left eye, broken cheekbone, facial lacerations, and lay unconscious in the road until personnel from a following vehicle reached him. He was taken to a French hospital in Bernay, where doctors initially were uncertain whether he would survive. After surgery to relieve pressure on his brain and stabilize the fractures, he slowly regained consciousness over several days, but his injuries were so severe that return to command was impossible. His combat career was over, ended by chance encounter with Allied fighters on a Norman road. He would never command troops again, never fight another battle, and never resolve through military action the questions about Germany's future that increasingly occupied his thinking. Captain Helmuth Lang, Rommel's aide who survived the attack, performed an action during the immediate aftermath that would have significant consequences. While Rommel was unconscious in the hospital, Lang searched through Rommel's effects to inventory what had been with him in the vehicle. He found a small notebook containing names, dates, and cryptic notes that appeared to document meetings with individuals Lang recognized as associated with the military resistance to Hitler. Understanding that if this notebook were discovered by the Gestapo, it would implicate Rommel in the conspiracy that was even then preparing to attempt assassinating Hitler, Lang destroyed it, burning pages one by one in a candle flame at Rommel's bedside. When Rommel regained consciousness days later and asked in confusion about the book, Lang told him it had been lost in the crash. Rommel stared at him for a long moment, then nodded almost imperceptibly. Lang believed this act saved Rommel's life temporarily, removing evidence that would have led to immediate arrest and execution. Whether this was true or whether the conspiracy would have implicated Rommel through other evidence remains unknowable. But Lang's decision eliminated one clear link that might have sealed Rommel's fate even sooner than it ultimately came. The larger context of Rommel's wounding involved the imminent crisis that would transform his situation from wounded general to marked man. On the 20th of July, just 3 days after Rommel was wounded, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg would plant a bomb at Hitler's headquarters in an assassination attempt that would fail, killing 4 but leaving Hitler alive. The conspiracy would be uncovered, thousands arrested, torture and interrogation would produce names, and among those names would be Rommel's, mentioned by conspirators as a potential leader for Germany after Hitler's removal. Rommel, unconscious in a French hospital and then convalescing in Germany, would be drawn into the conspiracy's aftermath, not through his own actions, but through his reputation and through conversations that others had conducted using his name. His wounding on the 17th of July removed him from command, but also placed him in Germany and incapacitated when the conspiracy unfolded, creating ambiguity about his involvement that would require the regime to make decisions about how to handle its most famous field marshal, who was connected to but not clearly guilty of treason. As July turned to August, and Rommel was transported from France to hospitals in Germany for continued treatment, the Normandy battle was reaching its conclusion. American forces broke out from the western end of the beachhead in late July in Operation Cobra, beginning a rapid advance that would liberate most of France in weeks. German forces attempted to counterattack at Mortain in early August, failed disastrously, and found themselves threatened with encirclement in the Falaise pocket, where tens of thousands would be killed or captured in the battle's final phase. By the end of August, Allied forces had liberated Paris and were advancing toward Germany's borders. The battle Rommel had fought from June through mid-July had delayed but not prevented Allied victory, had cost the Allies significant casualties, but had been more costly to German forces who could not replace losses, and had demonstrated what Rommel had warned from the start, that without ability to defeat the invasion at the beaches, German forces fighting under Allied air supremacy with inadequate resources faced inevitable defeat. His military judgment had been proven correct. But correct judgment could not change outcomes determined by factors beyond any single commander's control. The human cost of the Normandy campaign provided sobering context. Allied forces suffered approximately 200,000 casualties between D-Day and the end of August, significant losses that were nevertheless sustainable given Allied manpower and industrial base. German forces suffered approximately 400,000 casualties, including 200,000 captured in the Falaise pocket, losses that could not be replaced and that eliminated experienced units from Germany's order of battle. The French civilian population in the battle zones suffered approximately 20,000, killed from bombing, artillery, and ground combat, paying the price of liberation in destroyed towns and disrupted lives. Behind the statistics were individuals whose suffering the numbers could represent but not capture. Soldiers killed in hedgerows whose bodies were not recovered for days, airmen shot down over enemy territory, tank crews burned alive in vehicles hit by anti-tank fire, civilians trapped in towns devastated by battles they had not chosen and could not escape. The liberation of France was strategically necessary and ultimately beneficial, but it was achieved at costs that remained real for those who paid them, regardless of the justice of the cause or the importance of the outcome. Rommel, convalescing in Germany through August and September, followed news of the Normandy battle's conclusion and the liberation of France while facing an uncertain future. His combat career was over due to injuries that left him with permanent headaches, vision problems, and reduced physical capacity. His political situation was dangerous due to connections to the failed conspiracy that were unclear but potentially fatal. His health was broken by 2 years in Africa and by the injuries from the strafing attack. He was 52 years old, Germany's most famous general, and a man whose choices over the next weeks would determine whether he died as a hero celebrated by the regime or as a traitor executed after exposure. The Normandy campaign was his last battle, fought under impossible conditions against inevitable outcomes, demonstrating one final time that tactical skill without adequate resources could delay but not prevent defeat by enemies with superior means and the determination to use them. The Desert Fox had fought his final campaign not in open desert where mobile operations rewarded creativity, but in restricted terrain where attrition favored material superiority, not against improvising opponents, but against methodical enemies who learned from mistakes and possessed means to implement solutions. The verdict was clear. Germany had lost the battle for France, would lose the war for Europe, and Rommel personally faced a future that was dark and increasingly dangerous, leading toward an end that was approaching even as he recovered from wounds that had removed him from the battlefield, but not from the consequences of choices he had made and associations that others had created using his name. Chapter 17. The Death of the Desert Fox. October 14th, 1944. At noon on the 14th of October, 1944, in the study of his home in Herrlingen, Germany, Erwin Rommel stood looking out the window at his garden, where autumn leaves were falling from trees that would outlast him by decades. He was 52 years old, 3 months past the injuries that had ended his command career, still suffering from headaches and vision problems that reminded him daily of the strafing attack on that Norman road. Behind him on his desk lay reports about Germany's collapsing military situation, Allied forces approaching German borders from west and east, cities being reduced to rubble by bombing, the war lost in all but official acknowledgement. But the reports did not matter now because the choice facing him was not military but personal. Not about strategy, but about survival and honor in circumstances where those two values could not coexist. At 12:15, a car arrived carrying 2 generals, Wilhelm Burgdorf and Ernst Meisel, representatives from Hitler's headquarters, bearing an ultimatum that Rommel had known was coming, since his name had surfaced in interrogations of conspirators arrested after the failed July 20th assassination attempt. The generals requested private conversation in Rommel's study, and for 15 minutes they spoke while Lucy and Manfred waited downstairs in growing anxiety. When Rommel emerged, his face was composed, but his message was final. He had been accused of complicity in the plot against Hitler. He would be dead within the hour, and the family should prepare for his absence. And he said goodbye to Lucy with an embrace that lasted longer than words could sustain, told 15-year-old Manfred to care for his mother, and put on his Afrika Korps leather coat, the coat he had worn in the desert at Tobruk and Alamein, carrying the dust and sweat of campaigns that now seemed distant as dreams. He walked to the waiting car, sat between the 2 generals, and rode a few hundred yards from his home before taking the cyanide capsule they provided. Within minutes, he was dead, his body delivered to a hospital in Ulm, where the official cause of death was listed as heart attack resulting from his July injuries. Hitler's most famous field marshal had been murdered by the regime he had served for 30 years. And the murder would be concealed behind a state funeral and official lies that persisted until after the war, when the truth could finally be acknowledged. The events leading to this October morning had been set in motion by the failed assassination attempt on Hitler 4 months earlier. On the 20th of July, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg had placed a bomb in Hitler's conference room at the Wolfslair headquarters in East Prussia, an explosion that killed 4 but left Hitler alive with minor injuries. The conspiracy involved dozens of military officers, civil servants, and aristocrats who believed that Hitler was leading Germany to catastrophic defeat and that his removal was necessary for Germany's survival. The plot failed, the conspirators were arrested. Torture and interrogations produced names and connections. And in the paranoid atmosphere that followed, approximately 7,000 people were arrested and nearly 5,000 executed in one of the Nazi regime's most brutal suppressions of internal opposition. Among the names that appeared in interrogations was Rommel's, mentioned by conspirators who had discussed him as a potential leader for post-Hitler Germany, as someone whose reputation and popularity might provide legitimacy for a new regime, and as a general who had expressed doubts about Germany's ability to win the war. The evidence against Rommel was ambiguous and circumstantial. He had not participated in planning the assassination, had not been informed of its timing, and had been unconscious in a hospital when the attempt occurred. But he had been present during conversations where resistance to Hitler was discussed. He had not reported these conversations to authorities as regulations required, and his name had been used by conspirators in ways that suggested knowledge if not active participation. Most significantly, his chief of staff, Hans Speidel, was arrested on the 7th of September on suspicion of conspiracy involvement, and while Speidel would survive through a combination of protection from other generals and lack of definitive evidence, his arrest brought Gestapo investigators to examine everyone in Rommel's circle. The regime faced a dilemma. Rommel was too famous to arrest and try without creating propaganda disaster, but he was too dangerous to leave untouched if he had been connected to treason. The solution was characteristically Nazi: offer him the choice between public trial with certain execution and disgrace for his family, or suicide in exchange for state funeral, protection of family, and preservation of reputation. It was extortion disguised as mercy, murder presented as choice, but it was the option Rommel faced when Bergdorf and Maisel arrived on that October afternoon. The conversation in Rommel's study on the 14th lasted approximately 15 minutes, and its content is known from accounts Lucy and Manfred provided after the war, based on what Rommel told them immediately after. The generals presented the evidence against him, testimony from arrested conspirators naming him, the fact that his chief of staff was implicated, the meetings he had attended where resistance was discussed. They offered Hitler's bargain: undergo public trial for treason with certain conviction, execution, and punishment of family, including confiscation of property and pension, or accept that he would take his own life, receive state funeral, and ensure his family was protected with full pension and his reputation intact. Rommel asked for time to consider, and the generals indicated there was no time. The decision must be made now, the suicide must occur today, and the state machinery was already preparing the funeral announcement. Rommel reportedly said nothing for several moments, then agreed to suicide, asking only that his death be made to appear natural result of his injuries rather than explicit suicide. The generals agreed, provided the cyanide capsule, and accompanied him to the car that became the place of his death. After Rommel emerged from his study and informed Lucy and Manfred of what awaited him, the minutes that followed were the kind that resist adequate description because they contained grief too profound for language to capture. Lucy pleaded with him not to go, to flee, to resist, anything except accepting this false choice between death and death with different consequences for family. Rommel explained what she already understood. That flight was impossible in a police state, that resistance would result in her and Manfred being arrested and likely killed, that his reputation, which had protected them, would become the instrument of their destruction if he was publicly tried as traitor. Manfred, 15 years old, was told only that his father was going to the hospital, but sensed from the atmosphere that something far worse was occurring. Rommel embraced Lucy for the final time, a farewell between two people who had been married for 28 years, and who had sustained each other through 2 wars and countless separations. He told Manfred to care for his mother, shook hands with him in the formal way German fathers took leave of sons, and walked to the car where the 2 generals waited. The vehicle drove away from the house, traveled only a few hundred yards, and stopped. Within minutes, Rommel was dead from the cyanide. The generals drove his body to the hospital in Ulm, where complicit doctors certified that he had died of heart attack related to his combat injuries, and the false narrative that would conceal his murder began its propagation. On the 18th of October, 4 days after his death, the state funeral occurred in Ulm, with elaborate ceremony designed to reinforce the official narrative. While Adolf Hitler sent a telegram of condolence praising Rommel's loyalty and service, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, who knew the truth or suspected it, delivered a eulogy calling Rommel one of Germany's greatest commanders and expressing the regime's gratitude for his service. Thousands attended, many genuinely mourning a commander they had respected, others present because attendance was politically required, all participating in a ceremony whose purpose was to conceal murder behind patriotic tribute. Lucy and Manfred attended, knowing the truth, but unable to speak it without endangering themselves, forced to accept condolences for a death officially presented as natural, but actually imposed by the regime her husband had served. The propaganda machinery performed flawlessly. German newspapers and radio reported Rommel's death as resulting from his combat injuries, praised his service, and used his funeral to project the image that Germany's military leadership remained loyal, and that the July 20th conspirators represented a tiny, aberrant minority rather than widespread opposition. The truth about Rommel's death emerged gradually after the war through testimony from family members, investigations into Nazi crimes, and the eventual publication of documents that had been concealed. Manfred Rommel, who became mayor of Stuttgart and a prominent figure in post-war democratic Germany, spent decades navigating the complex legacy of a father who was simultaneously hero, victim, and servant of an evil regime. He described in his memoir, published in the early 2000s, the last morning of his father's life, the false choice presented, and the decades of living with knowledge that could not be spoken openly while the official lie persisted. The question of Rommel's actual involvement in the conspiracy remains debated. He was clearly sympathetic to removing Hitler, had discussions with conspirators through Speidel, and believed Germany should end the war, but whether he agreed to active participation or was simply used by others without his explicit consent cannot be definitively established from available evidence. What is clear is that by October of 1944, the regime considered him dangerous enough to require elimination, but valuable enough that elimination had to be disguised. Among Rommel's papers found after his death was a sealed envelope addressed to Lucy, written weeks earlier in anticipation of exactly what occurred. The letter, which Lucy shared with few people during her lifetime, explained that if he died suddenly, it would not be from wounds but from the regime, that he had tried to serve Germany honorably while working within a dishonorable system, and that this contradiction could not be resolved except through regret that came too late to change his choices. He wrote, "I served Germany, not the party, or so I told myself. I tried to serve honorably within a dishonorable system. That contradiction cannot be resolved, only regretted. I hope history will judge me not by the regime I served, but by how I treated those under my command, and how I tried, at the end, to stop the catastrophe. But I may hope too much." The letter revealed Rommel's awareness of the moral complexity of his position, that personal honor could not compensate for serving collective dishonor, that treating opponents with respect while fighting for an evil cause did not resolve the fundamental moral problem, and that his legacy would be contested precisely because his career embodied contradictions that no simple judgment could encompass. The historical assessment of Rommel that developed after the war was shaped by competing interests and values that produced radically different portraits. In the immediate post-war years, particularly in Britain and America, Rommel was often presented sympathetically, the good German, the professional soldier who fought honorably, the opponent who could be respected, unto the victim of Hitler who had turned against the regime at the end. This portrayal served purposes of post-war reconciliation and the construction of West Germany as an ally against the Soviet Union, requiring German figures who could be celebrated without endorsing Nazism. But this sympathetic portrayal also minimized Rommel's service to the regime for most of the war, his participation in campaigns that served Hitler's aggressive purposes, and the reality that he fought effectively for Nazi Germany until very late, when defeat was already certain. More critical assessments that developed from the 1980s onward emphasized that Rommel was Hitler's devoted general for most of his career, that he benefited from Nazi propaganda and political favor, and that his tactical brilliance was deployed in service of a regime whose purposes were genocidal, regardless of whether Rommel personally participated in atrocities. The scholarly consensus that emerged recognized complexity. Rommel appears not to have committed war crimes personally, treated prisoners according to military conventions, and opposed Hitler at the end. But he also served the regime loyally when it was winning, enabled its purposes through military success, and only turned to opposition when Germany was losing. Both the sympathetic and critical views contain truth, and the difficulty of reaching definitive judgment reflects the genuine complexity of serving competently within an evil system while maintaining elements of personal decency. The question of how to remember Rommel persists because his career raises enduring questions about the relationship between professional excellence and moral responsibility, between personal honor and collective criminality, between individual choices and systemic forces. He was undeniably gifted as a tactical commander, demonstrating creativity, courage, and concern for his troops that were genuine and that explain why soldiers followed him loyally. But he deployed those gifts in service of Nazi Germany through most of its existence, enabling Hitler's wars even if not participating in Hitler's worst crimes. He treated enemies with respect that contrasted with ideology-driven warfare elsewhere, but he still fought to preserve a regime that was conducting genocide. He turned against Hitler eventually, but only when military defeat was certain and perhaps motivated as much by recognition of futility as by moral awakening. These contradictions cannot be resolved into simple judgment, only acknowledged as reality of a career that embodied the moral complexities of serving in military institutions that execute policies their members may not control or fully endorse. As October ended in 1944 and Germany moved toward the final 7 months of war that would end in complete defeat and occupation, Erwin Rommel was dead at 52, his reputation manipulated by the regime that killed him, his legacy contested by those who survived him, his name associated with tactical brilliance and moral complexity that would be debated for generations. The Desert Fox who had won improbable victories in Africa and who had prepared defenses in France, who had led from the front and inspired soldiers, who had respected enemies and questioned purposes, was gone. What remained was memory, contested and complicated, shaped by those who needed heroes and those who demanded accountability, by those who emphasized his capabilities and those who emphasized his service to evil. History's judgment would be that he was both, exceptionally capable and problematically complicit, personally honorable and collectively responsible, a great commander who served a terrible cause and recognized its nature only when defeat made opposition less costly. The man who had been Erwin Rommel, son of a schoolmaster, soldier of 2 world wars, author and instructor, the Desert Fox and the Field Marshal, the husband to Lucy and father to Manfred, was reduced finally to a body in the ground and a name that would be invoked by subsequent generations seeking to understand how excellence and error, capability and complicity, individual honor and collective dishonor could coexist in a single life. The questions his career raised would outlast easy answers, persisting as reminders that military genius does not exempt anyone from moral responsibility, that professional competence cannot compensate for service to unjust causes, and that history's final judgments are often more complex and less comfortable than the legends created during lifetimes or the propaganda constructed after deaths. The desert fox was dead, but the debates about his meaning would continue as long as people studied warfare, questioned obedience, and struggled to understand how human beings navigate the conflicts between duty and conscience, between professional excellence and moral responsibility, between serving honorably and serving an honorable cause.